The budget hearing of the City Council of the City of Orange Township held in the council chambers, City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Wednesday, April 15, 2015, at 7:07 p.m. We're going to do a roll call.
Yes.
Councilman Coley, Councilman Corbett, Councilwoman Eason, Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
Present. Present.
Councilman Johnson,
Here.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson,
Here.
Council President
Okay.
Williams. Also present, M. Smith, Deputy Municipal Clerk, Margaret Hamir, in the clerk's office. Right now, we need to have somebody take the chair.
Silence.
You want the chair first?
No, just do the moment of silence. Then we
Let's do a moment of silence.
Please stand.
Thank you. Now? Okay. The requirements of NJSA 10:4-9 et cetera, the Sunshine Law has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Orange Record and published in the Star Ledger on April 10, 2015, posted on a bulletin board in City Hall, and filed in the office of the municipal clerk. We need a chair. A motion for somebody to take the chair.
I motion April Gaunt Butler.
I second it.
Okay.
Move up a little.
Councilwoman Bob Butler?
No, you gotta vote. You gotta vote.
Oh, you want?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Roll call.
You gotta vote.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson?
Yes. In favor. Get in the fire seat.
You want me to carry your pies for you?
No. Where's Marty sitting?
It's over here.
He's not coming. Marty, why don't you sit here so we can all see you?
All right.
You want me to move down there too today?
Yeah, that'll be good too.
Okay.
Just be nice to us tonight.
Yeah.
No more attitude. More tinsy.
Does that mean I'm supposed to come sit next to you?
Nobody says that. I'm lonely. Come on. Okay. Right there.
Yeah, I'll come sit over here.
Okay.
I was gonna sit by you, but I guess Marty thought he needed to be
No,
there.
no, she told me to sit
Yes,
here.
Yes.
No, then I can't see her. Unless he's coming. He is coming?
For discussion.
Which they're on.
Well, then can I sit in her seat?
We're in
Sit right.
One, two.
Okay.
So now we just need the,
we're in the meeting, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Okay, so good evening, council colleagues, and good evening, City of Orange public. We're going to begin the budget hearings. Currently, we are on matters for discussion, and there are none. So we're going to go to the budget hearing, and tonight we are hearing economic planning and development, as well as public works. And so we're going to ask Director Mays if he has an opening statement for us.
First of all, let me start off, if we can, I'd like to start off with Public Works first.
Sure.
I think that's tab 12.
Yes, it is.
Do you have an an opening
Yeah,
statement?
as an
for us?
opening statement to this department, I would like to say that this is a very lean budget. I don't know if Joy spoke about it yet, but we really took a lot of time in slashing this budget significantly. Every year I ask for specific services and different things. I think this year I'm going to be asking for some stuff to be restored, because I feel that some of it has to be. It's not a lot, but it's some things that I consider to be key things that we may need throughout the year. But the budget is definitely lower than normal, and we're going to try to really try to operate with less. Starting off on page 123 is the street services. I guess I'm supposed to start off with the chart that lists all of the employees under that division. I want to start off, I think I see a couple things already. Chris Clark, I believe his title is equipment operator, so that definitely needs to be changed. Essentially what you see here is the majority of the Public Works Department, which is under the Street Services Division. I don't see anything else that jumps out with the chart with the specific laborers and different titles on it. Moving through to Street Services O&E, I know Joy probably, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can we continue the same process we had the other night, where we do each page and then you ask questions and move on to the next?
Sure, we can do that, Councilwoman Easton. Just a quick question. Ms. Lascari, are you making note of the title changes that Ms. Director Mays
Yes,
just
I did.
mentioned?
I did.
Okay.
I missed that, sorry.
So if you could
Title
repeat the
change.
title changes.
Yeah, the title
for-
change, I think is a mistake, is Christopher Clark, his title is equipment operator. So I think that's a mistake there that has to be changed. Right now,
Is he also a truck driver?
I think he's equipment operator.
Just
I
equipment
believe, yeah.
Okay.
Any questions on that page?
Let me see. You have the same amount of employees you had last year? Look at here.
These employees here are pretty much the same as last year. You know what, I missed something. I do want to indicate that for Johnny Harris, he's now a laborer. We want to try to move him to full-time. That's the only thing I'm requesting here, because, you know, in actuality, having a part-time employee in Public Works is not a good thing. I talked about this before. I've been trying to move anybody that we had at part-time to full-time. It's difficult to plan to get things done when you have a guy that comes in half a day. You maybe want to clean up 3 or 4 properties, and the guy leaves at 11. It leaves the crew short. It's just not a good thing. So I want to move him to full-time. I've almost missed that, but I want to make sure I note that as well.
Is that also what happened with Tommy Edwards?
Yeah, that's
Full-time?
Yep, that's what we did last year. We moved a part-timer to full-time because of that same reason. Half a day, it just really doesn't work, depending on what you're trying to get done and what you need.
May I ask a question?
Sure,
Madam Chair?
Councilman Johnson.
On that line for Mr. Harris, is the salary for full-time is 34,600?
I believe that is a starting salary.
And that number,
215 base anticipated, yeah. Anticipated.
okay, I'm all the way over in the right-hand column.
Mhm.
I guess it says, yeah, 215, so the anticipated number is 886.
No.
No, well, that's what you initially totally requested, and it's been massaged here. Or,
No, the total I'm looking at is 34,000.
No, he's talking about
No,
the
the
total.
total, the total salary. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
your request for him to be full-time is in
Yes, it's
the
just
215 budget.
Yes, it is. It's included in that, and it's also included in the line item I'm talking about. That line item shows what his salary would be. If you followed all the way over to the his name all the way over to the end. So
Right.
that is
So
included.
it's in the total of 886,
Yes,
500.
yes.
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
So last year you did 88,690, 88,790.
867 last year. Yeah.
87 last year.
Okay.
All right.
I'm missing that.
Yeah,
I'm looking.
867.
Yeah, you mean 86?
867.
Yeah, it's a 6. I was looking too. That's why I got this. Look. It's too small for me.
No, if you look at the, right.
Green 3 is 6.
You're talking about last year's budget.
Yeah, right
Last
here.
year's budget
Right
was,
here.
what,
See it?
887, this one's 886.
over here it said 887, so maybe we reduced it later.
Okay.
I'm looking at last year.
You looking at
yeah.
last year? Oh, okay. I was getting ready to say.
Okay.
All right.
Now we're on the same
The final
page.
budget for last year was 841.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's my next question because I'm looking at an adopted budget comparison for 2014.
Correct.
It's
yeah.
841.
Yes, that's
841,000. But it was actually appropriated 867.
Correct.
Okay, so you were over budget
Yes.
last year in salary.
Yes.
Okay, so you're requesting an increase from the over budget. You was over budget with the guy being part-time.
Yeah, but that also includes overtime.
I'm not arguing with you.
No, I'm just
it's
saying that could factor into it as well. Overtime. Am I right? We paid what, 30,000 in overtime.
That's fine, Mark.
Okay.
I just reading the line.
Okay.
That's all. I'm not arguing with
Correct reading.
you. That's all.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, moving on to the next page, street services. The first thing I see is the community service initiative. I think there's a problem with that, Joy.
Yeah, I apologize that when I moved that over to the court's budget, since that is a court function of, what that is the, instead of jail time or something, I'm not sure exactly all the parameters, but people are sentenced to do community service. And so they will need rakes and brooms and whatever equipment they need to do the labor. And unfortunately, when we come to the court's budget, I neglected to put the dollar amount back in for the requested budget, so we'll have to deal with that when we get to the court. But it was removed from here because it's really a court function and not a street services function. Even though the employee who's overseeing it also works in street services, but his stipend for that will be in the court for that work.
So we're gonna hear more about that when you
When we get to the court, but essentially what we've done is we've moved this line item from the street services over to the court.
Marty, before you continue, can I ask Joy a question?
Mm-hmm.
Hi,
Mr.
Megan.
Scary, at the top, he requested 322,000,
Yes,
and you guys cut it to 145.
yes.
What did you eliminate?
Well, we eliminated the entire 10,000 for the street services program, and on the next page, we eliminated the emergency repairs. Well, we cut it down in half. We
What on the next page?
the
Emergency,
oh, on sheet 126.
right?
This one I did manage to get my cross-outs. You'll see a lot of them. We deemed that parking meter repairs shouldn't need as much money because we're getting new
Pardon me.
equipment repairs. We could cut that down to 2. Speed bumps, we cut that down to 5.
Where the speed bumps?
That's in the street signage materials, removable speed bumps. So there is another number of areas. He also had, and I'm wondering where it is.
For the record, let's note that Councilman Coley arrived at 7:20 p.m.
Before you leave speed bump, Marty does, just a quick question on the speed bumps. The ones that you have on High Street,
Right.
do you have an idea how much they cost you?
Those speed bumps cost about $1,500 each.
So is there a possibility that we could get some for some other areas that need them?
Not based on this budget. Based on this budget, basically, that $5,000 has already been spent because we purchased 3 of them. So that's what I mean when I said this is a lean budget. It's not a lot of room.
So is it possible, will you have 25 in there?
No, speed humps would come out of street signage and materials. You see that was already slashed. The plan was to get at least 6 speed humps, but based on this, we pretty much at our limit unless you decide to restore some dollars
What
to
page
that
is that
area.
on?
That's on page
Page 126.
126.
Can we restore another 5 for speed bumps?
Well, some of those discussions, I think, will end up when we have when the
Yeah.
council has its final discussions on what to do. You can make a note of that it's a desire.
Okay.
Sorry, I know this one's a difficult position. It's in the wrong side of the desk. Yeah. I would say make a note of all your desires, and then when we come to the final deliberations,
Okay.
we'll
Okay.
ratify everything.
Madam Chair, can I ask Director Mays a question while we're on this street signage and materials?
Yes. Councilman Johnson?
Director Mays, is there materials in that category left over from year to year? Like if you purchase signs, or you have to purchase sign and as a blank and have them made up specifically and didn't spend the money?
For signs, we do have signs. You know, you might need 20 of them. We have 20. We ordered 20. We might put in 10 or 5.
Curb Your
but
Dog or something.
There are signs that are left over. I mean, not many. Some of them are old signs that we don't really utilize anymore. Right now, when it comes to signs, we just, you know, every day we trying to put up signs. We're not really doing a good job at that because we got some manpower issues. But we have a lot of signs that need to be put up, and we need to order a lot more signs.
How do we handle new organizations that are say for instance there's a section of town of 3 or 4 blocks that want to do a crime watch? Do they have to wait like to the next budget year to get signs put up in their neighborhood?
I don't really handle that, you know that. I don't know how the police
the police
handle that. So
department.
That's the police department?
Do we have any more questions for page 126?
before we move on, I'd just like to note a couple of things that I feel are important on 126. The traffic signals and repairs, you see that was cut drastically, and I just want to note that those are, you know, when traffic signs are knocked down, when they malfunction, anything with a traffic sign, you see that was cut down to 25,000. Last year it was at 50, and we spent $47,000. So I just like, you know, if you want to look at something where I think we may have some issues, that's one. And another thing that I like to advocate for is specifically with the clocks on Central Avenue and the clock on the Valley section. We had those nice clocks, and they not really working. Where you see that, I'm sorry, we under street repairs. If you see repairs to town clocks, it was $8,000. It essentially got cut in half. I have some old bills in my office for the clocks. I figure we can do one this year and maybe one next year. So I'd like to get that increase from $4,000 to around $7,000 so that I could get one of those clocks working.
Who made a decision to cut certain portions of your budget? Were you contacted about the cutting?
Yeah, I was present at the cutting, but like I said, you know, after reviewing this and going over this with my staff, these are areas that I really want the council to pay attention to. And like I said, it's not many. It's not going. I got a couple more that I'd like you to look at. It's really not that many.
Okay, so you want us to look at that, right?
Right.
Director Meeks, I have a quick question about when you actually erect signage around the city. So, for instance, a no turn on red sign. Sometimes they are actually on the street lights, and then other times they're actually in the ground to the right.
I'm sorry,
Oh, I'm
Councilwoman.
sorry. Can you hear me? I apologize. So my question is, street signage. Sometimes, for instance, a no turn on red sign might be actually on the street, the traffic light itself, and then sometimes it's actually in the ground. My concern is that sometimes when it's in the ground, it's actually further back, and so if you pull right up to the line, you might not be able to see the signage that is in the ground.
Right.
And I would prefer them all to be on the traffic light, because when they're all on the traffic light, wherever you pull up, you can actually see them. Is
Yeah.
there a protocol with regards to placement?
Well,
of
it
street
depends.
signs?
Most of the time that is on the traffic signal, you have to get different permissions, but when it's on the street, on the side of the road, basically we can control that. So you just need to let me know any ones you feel that are a problem, then I would go and look at it, because we make changes to them all the time. One of the things I'm not happy with is that the signs should all be at least 7 feet high, and sometimes they put them so low. I think it kind of invites graffiti and different things. So I'm always struggling with my guys with that the sign should be at proper height, and I make them change them all the time. So if you have any instances, just let me know what it is, and then I go and look at it, and we'll work from there.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any more questions, council colleagues?
Mr. Mays, where you have your off-duty, isn't that reimbursed by the company that uses them? Police officers?
It depends on, if what grant we're using, but for this specific one, you're looking at street traffic control. That one, the New Jersey Department of Transportation, they will reimburse. But for example, we're doing some streets out of the bond. Those, we're paying for.
So, but this $21,000 or
Right.
$20,800 is reimbursed?
Yes.
Also, on the other equipment, do you steal inventory and keep those things in a secure place?
Yeah, one of the things, and I was going to mention that later on, but I'll mention it now. One of the things that was cut in in a couple of these divisions, you'll see a cut from a lot of the rakes, brooms, backpacks. That was something that's consistent throughout, and you'll see that most cases they were reduced or taken out totally. So we're in a situation now where we really have to pay more attention to the equipment, because the monies are not there to really go out and purchase a lot of equipment from people losing it and things like that. One of the things I'm thinking about here at City Hall is to actually have like a cage built in the basement to be able to better monitor what equipment we have. But again, you'll see throughout the whole budget, those things that we may have taken for granted in the past are not going to be there based on the amount of money that's allocated. So you're right. We have to do a great job at that this year.
And just
Another quick question.
oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Eason.
Some years ago, I think when I moved to Orange, we had a sidewalk sweeper. Remember the guy used to drive up and down the sidewalk? Because if you come on Main Street, like on a Saturday or Sunday, any given day, there's garbage everywhere, and it used to stay clean because you had one of those small vacuums that picked it up. Is there any consideration of buying another one of those?
Well, what happened, when we used to have the UEZ program, we had that. And the thing is that those things are so expensive to maintain. I mean, you really have to baby it to make it go. What we're thinking about doing actually to combat that problem is to look at staggering more the hours of the employees, maybe having somebody do more on Saturday than what we do now and on the weekends, and maybe have somebody stay later during the day. So we're looking at that right now. I think that's the way we're going to try to control that.
But what equipment will they use? Will they have blowers, or
We have
you're not going to have them just use rakes? And
No, they'll have blowers. Hopefully, we'll have the sweepers. Sweepers operating. So, we're looking into that. But again, it's just so expensive, those little machines. And we had the UEZ. We had more funds to maintain them. The parts are expensive. So I'm still looking for stuff in terms of how we're going to deal with that.
Do you have any other questions, Councilwoman Eason?
I'm done, thank you.
Okay. Two quick questions, Director Mays. Under contractual services, I know you've, I noticed you've added street striping services for
Right.
Morris County.
Right.
Okay.
We did have Morris County do some of our roads. We do have painting equipment as a DPW, but I felt that, the lines on Main Street need to be exact. They need to be right. They need to, so you see, for example, the line that painted down the middle of Main Street. It just has to be a great job. So I did introduce that. And there may be some other areas I'm looking at also. If you look at the, over on, what did I do? I did something in Seven Oaks. We did a couple areas over there where, I didn't want to leave it up to chance. I wanted to make sure that the lines and everything looked good. It's not much money. We may do one. It really only provides $5,000 to do one or two other areas. So it's not like we're going to paint the whole city, but I did add that.
Right. And then my other question has to do with under other equipment, batteries, and other supplies for parking meters. In lieu of the new parking meter proposal, is that still necessary?
Well, I mean, it's only a small dollar amount. What we did was, you see on the top under equipment and repairs, we already reduced it drastically based on the new meters. We didn't want to wipe it out totally. I mean, I don't know the time frames for the delivery or what it is. We just kept a bare minimum amount of money. That wouldn't be many batteries actually, based on how many we have broke. So
Okay, I think that was all of my questions.
so now we on page 127,
Yes.
park maintenance, employees. I think the main change to this is we have one vacant position, and we asking that one laborer be hired, salary $36,000. I think that's the only thing I asked for, I think, in terms of the rest of the DPW budget when it comes to, I asked for one other thing we'll get to later. I did ask for a mechanic when we get down there, but so I'm asking overall for employees, I'm asking for a mechanic so everybody can understand what I'm asking for. A mechanic, I'm asking for one laborer, and if you go back, just jump back quick, I'm asking for one part-timer to be added to full-time. So those are all the asks that I'm asking for in terms of staffing. The one part-timer was on the first page we started out,
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris. The vacant laborer is under parks and maintenance, and I'm asking for a mechanic later on down the road. So those are my only ask again for staffing.
Council Vice President, Council Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I have a
Councilwoman
question.
Johnson.
Will you have park maintenance on the weekend in the parks?
Yeah, because the parks are open. We
Okay.
currently have that now, yeah.
Okay, no problem. And I have a question, but it's on 128, so when you're ready.
Who is William Hampton? Do we know him?
Billy,
What was the question,
Don't,
Councilwoman?
don't.
Who's
I didn't
William
hear.
Hathaway? Do we know who that is?
William Hathaway.
On 127, I have, when it's my
Okay.
turn, I'll have a question.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you. Director Mays, is 36,000 the starting salary?
yes. hmm
That's civil service?
Yes, it should be, yeah.
I don't know. I'm asking. Remember, I'm the lay person. When I'm asking
It's
you
there.
these questions,
Yeah.
I'm relying on you just to give me the answer.
Joy will help me if I'm
not
wrong,
questioning you. I'm just one for my own edification. Okay, because that's gonna if I do the math right, that's gonna jump you up like 20% from what you spent last year, which was you was a little under budget last year.
Is it 36 in? Is it in the in
He's putting it in.
It's in there.
in
Put it in
okay.
2015.
Okay.
Hey, I just want to make a comment that,
Councilman Coley?
yeah, I want to make a comment that the number of phone calls that the council members receive from our constituents, a lot of these requests is public works related, and I feel that we need to give them the necessary tools and resources that they need to make sure that when people call us, when we call them, they can get the job done.
I'd like to make a comment on that. Really, I tell you, the council's already did a lot by passing the bond ordinance, because, again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the equipment we had was unbelievable. Now, I think with some of the equipment the morale is different, and, you know, we're trying to really do a better job. So I'm thankful for that. That was a big step right there.
Okay, can we move on to page 128?
Yes, I have a question.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
You're cutting the chemicals and supplies for the pools, but we're adding a pool. So how are you going to do that?
Where's that?
Down
Pool chemicals and supplies, you cut it in half, but we're adding Colgate.
Right. I have that here.
I mean, it wasn't
Yeah, I
open.
do have that
Yeah.
here. That's one of the areas that I definitely wanted the council to look at again in terms of that. We are going to be bringing Colgate back online. Also, I think they wanted to look at opening the pools up earlier than normal. So
June
that's
29th.
yeah. So that's something that I definitely have noted here, and I wanted the council to look at.
That's only like 3 or 4 days before. It normally opens July 1st.
Yeah,
so
it's like
saying
2 or 3
June
days.
29th. Something like that.
So is there a recommendation, Director Mays?
Well, I
with regards to
mean,
that line item?
you could the way Joy has this structure, you could see contractual services. It's been cut down to 40,000. Right? Am I right, Joy?
Sorry,
40,500.
He moved
Page
to the next page.
129.
That's from
Oh,
the
you're on
maintenance. You
129.
took that from maintenance
Right.
of the pools. Is that realistic?
With adding another one.
And last year we
And
spent-
Colgate wasn't open for 2 years, so I'm pretty sure it's going
Yeah.
to need some.
Well, we already had a little work done on
Right,
it at the
before you
end of
put
the
the-
season, but it's going.
before
You're
you put
right.
the
It's going to
cover.
need a lot to
Mm-hmm.
keep
It already
going.
needed a lot.
Yeah. So we need to look at that and see what we want to do there.
Just because we don't want anything to stop it from opening, we
Right.
cannot go another summer with it.
And Director Mays, was the soil remediation done there?
At Colgate,
Yeah.
the soil remediation at Colgate is almost done. They're in the final stages right now. If you go out there, you'll see that they pump in. They brought in clean soil. All the other contaminated soil has been, removed. And I'm not sure what we're going to do with the park or that area. They're going to grade it out, and I think they're going to try to get some grass going there and some other things. But it's almost done. It's almost done.
Madam Chair, quick on while we're on
Yes,
page 28,
Councilman
128,
Johnson.
and 129.
Are we done with 128?
No.
No. Hold on, Councilman Johnson. Did you have a question?
So he
for-
said
128.
Still on 120, 129.
I
Right?
Yeah.
thought he said 129. I'm
No, he
sorry.
said both.
Both.
Okay. Go ahead.
The chemicals and supplies, and also the roof repair. First of all, the field house, where is that located at?
Well, what this is the field is a couple field houses. It's actually Ropes, Colgate, and Central Field House. They all the roofs are in poor condition.
So that's plural, houses, field houses.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that's why you see initially I asked for 50,000 and that was cut.
And that's why there's no expenditures for 2014 against, because no roofs got done.
Right.
That was my second question.
Yep.
Okay, and chemicals and pools, you didn't spend any money in 2014 for that either? Chemicals and supplies?
You talking about pool chemicals and supplies?
That line item,
Yeah, I don't know why that's
you're
not
asking for
showing.
You
5,000.
definitely spent money.
Yeah, I don't know why that's not showing.
Because that's puzzling to me that we wouldn't know how much you spent, but letting still you're asking for 5,000, but we don't know
I don't-
actually how much you
I
spent.
don't know why that came out like that. I'm sure there was plenty of money spent. I don't know if it was taken from the wrong line item. I can't answer that question. I can research that. That's something I can get back to you with.
Please do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Lascari, would you know where that was taken from?
Well, we could look at the back, but my guess is that since I don't think that that account number existed last year, that, that money was expended out of the maintenance of pools for those supplies in the contractual services line. Throughout the budget, you'll see a number of places where we've tried to add line items where it seemed prudent to be able to get a better handle on what was being spent on different categories, and so that we could control the budget better. So sometimes what was expended last year might have been in a different line item. So it's yeah, kind of have to look at the overall picture sometimes, not just the detail.
Right, you know what would have actually been very helpful if you had to put in parentheses formerly known as or formerly taken from. That would give us a direct.
Yeah, if I had the time
connection.
to do that, it might be September when we introduce the budget, but yes, that, it would be lovely. But if you wanted to spend some time reviewing the contents of section 16, you might be able to discover answers to some of those questions yourself as they come up.
Section 16?
Yeah, the end of the binder, it actually doesn't have a label on it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all of the activity for all of the accounts for the whole, for 2014 budget.
And we might do that. Maybe we will have you give us an overview of that as well.
Absolutely. Be happy to.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman Eason.
Director Mays, does this take into consideration that we're bringing a new park online on Aldine Street?
Which line item?
No, I'm just asking, is it
In
in
general,
here anywhere
right.
you're bringing a new park online? So is the maintenance, you're gonna put cameras in there, right?
That's not officially set yet, but we're trying to do that, yes.
Well, in today's environment, how would you open a park without putting cameras in there?
Well, all the parks have cameras in them. I'm sorry, I hate to say that, but we're definitely going to have cameras, a camera system. The goal is to have something that's better than what we have now, and something that gives the police more opportunity to, you know, see what's going on in the park. So what we do have something, but we need something better.
Well,
But
Director
no,
Mays,
my question was,
there is a line item under contractual services for park surveillance cameras.
Right. Those are the ones that we currently
Oh,
have.
those are the
I
current
think that's the
ones.
monthly.
what I'm
fee.
asking
nothing
is,
additional.
we're bringing a new park online.
Right.
Is there any money in here to put cameras in there? Because if it's not, we need to add it, because it wouldn't make sense to open a park in that area where it is now and not have cameras in it. So, where
I
do
think
we
that's a
need
good
it?
idea. It's not currently in here. If you want to consider that, I think that's a good thing. The only reason that it's not in here is because I talked about this a lot of times. That park specifically, most of the funding is going to come from the Green Acres program. Green Acres was supposed to announce at the end of last month how much money we received or will receive, and we may be able to do something with cameras out of that. I'm not totally sure yet, so that's why it's not factored in. That's just a possibility. And
What I'm asking is,
mhm.
forget about Green Acres.
Okay, it's
Forget
fine.
about all that. What do we need to add in the budget to put a camera system into Aldine?
Okay,
If you get Green Acres money, that's all well and good, and you can use that money for something else. But you need to give us a dollar amount.
Okay.
So we can make sure that park has cameras in there.
okay,
Did you know it's off of Aldine Street and we're having some problems there, so
Okay.
I don't think you wanna open with the little kids running back and forth without having cameras. Is there anything in here for Ropes Playground?
again, all of those playgrounds or taken out of this Green Acres funding, and that's what we waiting on before we do any more work. Not in all the parks, but in ropes and this park specifically.
Because one of the things you have down here on other equipment, the trimmers and the backpack blowers, is that number realistic, the 1,500?
Yeah, it's realistic. Like I said, this is again one of the cuts that you'll see throughout Public Works budget, cutting back on a lot of equipment.
What I'm asking, is that number realistic for the cleaning that we want to do on Main Street and making sure, because one of the biggest complaints, in fact, I was reading something online today about how filthy this city is. So I'm asking you, is $1,500 enough money for you to get the trimmers and the backpack blowers that we are going to need to clean up this city? So if that number is not realistic, you need to tell us now.
I think
Because
that
we can't ask you to do something if you don't have the tools to
I
do it.
think that number is fine, and I'm willing to work within that number. I think, however, though, to really get the city clean, the main things that we're lacking right now is the street sweepers, and that's really what the problem is.
But that only does the street. That's those, you don't have the street people going up and down the
No,
sidewalks.
right.
So I'm asking the backpack blowers and the trimmers is for trimming the hedges, going up and down the sidewalks and things of that nature. Street sweepers are fine, but that's not going to clean the sidewalk.
No, I think this.
Roll them up and down the sidewalk too.
No, I can live with this number. I don't have a problem with this number.
We just want to make sure, because we don't want you to come back to us next year and say, "Oh, I couldn't clean Main Street because I didn't have enough money in my budget to buy the equipment." When
Madam Chair.
When a blower only costs us what?
$500. 500. That's
For
what mine costs.
one of those backpack blowers, it's $500.
Yeah.
Well, then you only got two here.
So I get 3.
You get 3, but what are you gonna do about the trimmers? Where you gonna get the money from that?
Okay, I'm fine. If that's a number y'all want to look at, I'm fine with that. Y'all
But
looking
you
at
need to tell us if it's realistic.
He said it's realistic.
yeah.
That's not realistic, and Marty knows
Yeah, but
it's
well,
not.
I mean, you got to think we got them in all other ones too. We got them in other divisions too.
Okay.
I can go back and look at that and total them all up and see what I can do. All right, I'll look at giving you a number for that. I don't have a problem with it.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Mays, you've been the director of this department for a number of years now, right, sir?
Yes.
And do we already have some of this equipment in the house?
Yes,
And
we
we've been
do.
cleaning up parks for a number of years. Do we have this equipment on hand and as we speak? I mean, we don't see an inventory, but over the years when you're replenishing and buying stuff, you have to have an inventory of this existing equipment. You don't every year go out buy new equipment, do you?
Every year we go out and buy new equipment because this is the type of equipment. I mean, a backpack blower. I mean, it might last a couple of years. I mean, we get them repaired as well, but eventually you have to switch them out. So currently, I don't know the current number that we have in use. I know we got about 3 or 4 new ones that, we keep and we give out, when they need it.
Gotcha.
Well, Director Mays, I noticed that there is a large increase for landscaping services. So is that to offset some of this?
No, the increase you see there in the landscaping services, you'll see that we decided, I mean, the fields were just looking terrible, so we decided to go and get our fields treated, specifically Metcalf. That's where the kids have their games. So this year, or over the last year, we've been having the parks all treated. So this year, when the grass grows, it'll be a little better. It won't be as much crabgrass and different things like that. So we went to a landscaping company, like for Military Park and different places, instead of the grass being all untreated.
Okay.
I think we're doing eight properties now, treated by True Green.
Madam Chair. just
Yes,
wanna-
Councilwoman.
Because when you look, you started out with 180,000
What page?
on 128,
Sorry.
and they cut it to
79.
80,000. So you lost $100,000 there.
I said from the beginning, this is a lean budget.
But I mean, is that number realistic? You come back and let us know. Think about it.
Okay.
Cause see, I understand what Mr. Scarra and them is trying to do, but you're the one that do the work and you know what you need. She's just plugging in numbers.
And my other question for you too is, with the passing of the bond and the purchasing of all the new equipment, does that impact this, and has that been reflected as well?
Well, it does impact this. It impacts this, and when we get to it, with vehicle maintenance, we looked at gas. It would impact more vehicles. So yeah, that is taken into account into the budget.
Okay. So we're moving on to page 131.
Page 131 is the Public Works Directors Division. I don't think there's any changes except for the, I guess the monies that the employees got for Amoeba. I guess that's in here. But other than that, there's really no changes. Moving on to I'm sorry, any questions on 131?
Oh, I do.
Go ahead.
Who? Everybody's amoeba except for you?
Yes.
If my memory serves me correct, this council, this government body was not funding deputy directors last year. So is any difference to that this year? Why Mr. Wigfield would be considered a deputy director?
Well, I think that, that's what the council did last year. I mean, I just listed him as normal. This is his correct salary and his title. And I'm sorry, when you said, I am not the only one that's amoeba. He's not amoeba too. I'm sorry about that.
He's not?
Right.
We did cut that position last year,
Is there a recommendation?
but nobody adhered to it. Now you're gonna make them adhere to it this year.
Is that something we need to come back to?
Director Mays, does Deputy Director Winfield have a specific function that warrants him being positioned a deputy? How much responsibility does he have?
I guess I would say like he's my assistant in a lot of duties, specifically a lot of duties that are outside in the field. I'm out there, but he's out there more than I am, dealing with the supervisors on various issues.
And
Do you recall what was the mindset behind? Because I know you wear multiple hats. Was that the mindset behind the administration to give you a lead person in Public Works?
Yeah, that was definitely it. I work closely with both of them, and they take a lot of pressure off me. But I'd still end up I do a lot of things as well, but that's definitely the mindset.
Okay, thanks. Madam Chair, I think we're going to look into across the board, not just Mr. Wingfield, across the board with this deputy director stuff.
Madam Chair,
yes, Councilwoman Eason.
Mr. Mays, up here it says office materials, it says podium and portable.
Okay, we on 132 now.
Yeah, what happened? Did you move that someplace else?
No, with the podium and the portable microphone, this is one of my pet peeves. We don't really have that here at City Hall, and what we do is we borrow the police departments. And don't get mad at me, their podium and stuff is not that great. For example, with some of the new equipment, the mayor had a little press conference out in front of City Hall. We didn't have any podium or any portable microphone for people to hear. And we have a lot of ceremonies, a lot of groundbreakings, and different things in the parks and stuff. It's just time to get one. I noted that. I wanted to bring it up because first I asked for $4,000, then they broke it down to $2,500, and then they cut that. So I'm asking for the council to look at that to see if there's a possibility if we could add some funds in there.
Have you ever priced it before?
Wait a minute. Let me just finish.
No.
But there you look, it said, is this something, Mr. Scary, you moved to the administration? It said charge to administration?
Only
The
the 300.
calculators and stuff.
Only the 300 is.
Just the calculator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if he needs the podium and the portable microphone, we can add that back in.
Councilman Coley pointed out I don't have a firm price for one, but I'd be happy with the $2,500. Or I could price one between now and then, whatever the council.
So could you come back with a cost for us?
Okay.
Do you just need one, or you need one in the back?
I think we need one, just one for City Hall. The other thing is, I don't know if anybody noticed some of the last ceremonies, we had all new flags. We ordered new American flags, not in here, but I'm talking about for our ceremonies, American flag, and we did order a new flag, orange flag. So we just need to complete it because that's normally what we set up aside from chairs and stuff. We need a podium and a little, some type of little unit so that if we need to make an announcement or anything like that, we can have that ready to go.
Is that on the same line as the podium and the portable microphone, or is that someplace else?
No, that's on the office and materials and supplies on page
132.
132.
So you want to give us a number for all of
Yes,
it, right?
yes.
But then when you move down to communications, this is for your radios.
Right.
So you plan on getting some new ones?
Yeah, we planning on definitely getting new radios to go in the new vehicles. That's one of the things we're going to be working on. You'll see that I had asked for a little bit more money for that purpose. So we definitely want to outfit the new vehicles with radios.
Is that $5,000 enough?
It may be enough to do half of them. I'm not sure if it's enough to do them all.
So you want to give us another figure for that too?
I can.
And I have a question about the preventive radio maintenance. Are you still using the same vendor or contractor?
We're still using the same vendor, yes. Mm-hmm.
So last year that was $2,400 because it was $200 a month.
Right, it is a
So
monthly.
has that changed? Because you're only
It
getting
change. It,
1,000?
no, I'm sorry. It changes because we have to. I'm sorry. It's not monthly. We have to initiate that. I think we have to make the call to get it done. I'm not sure. Let me check it. It might be monthly. I may be off. Let me check and see that if that's the case before I misspeak. I'll check
Are
into
we
that.
on emergency repairs and copying machine, fax machine? Where are we at?
We're under communications.
Page 132.
Oh, still under communications?
Still under communications. Any other questions, council members?
Yes.
Councilman
Mobile
Coleman?
radios. Will that be enough?
That should be enough because one of the things we did last year and the year before that was order new. We got plenty of mobile radios. We looking to focus on making sure that all the new equipment has radios. We got a couple. We've been ordering mobile radios all along.
Speaking of new equipment, maybe I'm going off course a little bit, but is equipment assigned to individual workers, or they just use whatever they have available to them?
The equipment, meaning trucks and vehicles, are assigned to specific people, and what happens is you have each of these divisions. The division has a weed whacker, or it's kind of how Parks has their stuff. It's kind of broken down like that, more based on the division.
Okay, I have a question. Are you done, Councilman Coley?
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, I noticed that, professional services went up quite a bit.
What page?
130, 133.
Okay.
Is there a reason why?
It went down, didn't it? It was 92.
No, I thought, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at professional services, 50,000 from last year. We're
No,
looking
but
at
over here,
519.
he spent 92,000,
And now it's at 80.
and now it's at 80. Look on the other side.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my old budget.
You got caught too.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at this old, I'm seeing
Cheating.
50,000,
Cliff
80, I apologize. Okay.
Yeah, just, excuse me, but, Madam Chair, to remember that what's listed on the right of the solid line is after all transfers.
Right.
So money had to be added to that line item to cover the obligations.
Correct.
And I did want to make note of that too, because every year we short in the engineering services line item. And the way I look at that, in my opinion, is that, you know, engineering is a big part of everything that we get done. And I think it's a good thing that shows that we have a lot of different projects going on. I always think that's a good thing. So I do agree that throughout the year, monies will more than likely have to be transferred into that line item.
So you do think 80,000 is sufficient?
No, I think 80,000 is a little short.
Okay.
Because he spent 92 last year.
So you want us to look at that? Or
Yes, please.
Madam Chair,
Councilman
Director
Johnson.
Mays, with very, very much love what I'm about to say, is the king of transfer. He has pretty big obligations and departments that he heads up, and a lot of those transfers were for Director Mays. So I mean, within his departments, there's always some extra money somewhere, and you get your hands on it.
Well, I mean,
There's no doubt about it.
I want to be honest with you and to say that, and I didn't say this in my opening statement, but I'll say it now, is that one of the things, you're right, one of the things that I'm specifically good at is spending money, and the old bond ordinances that we've been using, that you all been hearing me talk about, how there was 200,000 in this bond ordinance, 300,000 in this bond ordinance. All of those bond ordinances are wiped out, and I think it's a good thing because we got a lot of work done, a lot of things done specifically in the police department. But with this budget and what you see going forward, aside from a couple of minor deviations, is pretty straightforward. So I don't really have those monies to play around with. So that's why I'm asking that the council really, the things that I'm noting and the things that you're noting for yourself, that you really consider those things.
Any more questions?
I'm finished.
Okay. We'll move on.
135, equipment and vehicle maintenance. Again, we talked about some of the new trucks and I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead. This is where I asked for the mechanic. Now, let me just go through this. I've been saying this for a couple of years, is that we do have a mechanic in the Public Works Department, but his real title is building, in the building services. Right now, that person is due to retire, and I've been asking every year for a mechanic. We needed a mechanic basically to come in, work with this gentleman, and learn about all the different vendors and all the different people that we use. He really needed some on-the-job training, but we really don't have that luxury now because our current mechanic is retiring in a matter, I think he's retiring at the end of May. So I'm in a desperate situation now. I asked the administration to hire a mechanic right away. I'm hoping to get that done relatively soon. So I just wanted everybody to understand where we are with that. I've asked for $55,000 for this person because we need somebody that's going to have to know how to weld, that's going to have to deal with hydraulics, and we want to make sure that this person has the right certifications. If anybody knows any mechanics or knows, I'm welcome to take their name or their resume. I am currently searching for that position right now as we speak.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Johnson.
Director Mays, on that point on 135, how did you come up with $55,000 would be adequate salary for this person?
Well, like I said, we're looking for this person. I don't know all the certifications off the top of my head, but this person, he's got to know a lot of different things, more than changing tires, based on the equipment that we have. And I didn't want to take a chance on having somebody that didn't have the appropriate skills to do the job. The person that we have now, you know, for example, if it's a snowstorm and something breaks, he's able to get it back online relatively quickly. He welds, he knows the equipment, and we need somebody that can do that same thing. The only issue is, like I said, this person we bring in, they're going to have to be seasoned because they're not going to have the luxury of being trained up with this other person.
That's my point. Is $55,000 going to be enough to hire this ideal person you're looking for?
I did bump it up. I bumped it up from about 40, then I bumped it up. I think it should be okay. I think I'm okay at 55.
Yeah, and you know you can't go above this.
I got it. Got it.
I'm watching. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? We'll move on to page 136 and 137.
I have nothing highlighted on these pages for myself. If y'all want to, look it over, and if you have any questions.
Gasoline should be fine because it went down, right?
Yeah, gasoline, we did 523,000 last year. We expect the parts and some of the maintenance costs to go down based on the new vehicles.
And you still using the same vendor, the contract,
Yes.
car washing?
Car washing is the same vendor, yes.
Okay, so my question has to do with vehicle repair and maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
Maintenance and repair of city-owned vehicles.
Right, that's one of the line items that I said based on the fact that we have a lot of new vehicles we anticipating for some of the maintenance costs to be reduced.
Okay, I was hoping of more of a reduction with the purchase of all the new vehicles. I was hoping that would go down a little bit more.
I think I would recommend we leave it where it is for now, just in case, because if he doesn't use it, he can always move it someplace
He can.
else.
And keep in mind, we still have a lot of used vehicles as well
We do.
that we still use.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Johnson.
on back on page 136,
Mm-hmm.
Director Mays, if my memory serves me correct, it's one of the items that you had to do a transfer for last year. I
Which
think
one?
the number for that line item was like 600-something thousand, unless I'm mistaken.
For which
Does
line?
anybody have records for
Which
2014?
line?
Are we talking about gasoline for all owned vehicles and equipment? Does anybody have 2014's what was budgeted for?
That's
I
to
don't-
the right.
It's on the
That's
right.
to the right. It's
All the way
listed
over.
there on your sheet.
Or somebody doesn't have any magic sheet there?
Oh,
Okay, but
500,000 was appropriated, but 523 was spent. 523.
okay, so we actually transferred the $23,000.
No, it was more than that. I think you're
Last
right.
year
What?
we budgeted, we asked for 650,000.
Thank you.
No.
I knew it
So
was
you're
a
asking for this
$640,000 number for
It's in my old
For
budget
that.
book.
That's what I'm looking at now.
And at the end of December, we had to borrow money from police for this line item to be
Right.
covered to pay
Right.
for fuel because
Right.
they was going to shut the city down.
Yeah.
So why aren't we looking at those same numbers reflected in this budget?
Well, this budget is saying that the appropriation for last year was 500,000, and we spent 523,000, and now we asking for 580. Am I right, Joy?
We could've-
So
I'll dig up my notes then because I know we transferred.
I did. I know we did too at the end, but I guess I don't know how that. I don't know. Is
Mrs.
that in the
Gary?
It was
523?
like 90.
Can you
It was.
answer Councilman Johnson's question?
There were funds transferred in and out of this department in all of the transfers.
That emergency appropriation came out of the police department into DPW to cover for gas because they was going to shut the city down because nobody could pay the fuel bill.
Was that
Right.
the last one, the 76?
That was
That's
in
the last one.
Okay,
that
Yeah.
was in
that's the o-
December.
I apologize.
That was in
That's the only
December.
one that is not reflected on the
Oh, okay.
2014 history. So that's why I was trying to go into the back here and see what it said here.
That's right.
So you're saying it should be another 70-something thousand should be added to the
I think it was
523?
like $96,000.
Yeah, that probably needs to be corrected too. Let me find the page here.
Right.
He's
I'm
absolutely
almost
right.
there.
Mhm.
We
You're
had
right.
emergency
You are
meeting
right.
about-
You have good memory.
Thank you. Because I'm going to dig my notes up and I'm sending you a memo. The king of transfer.
So you said, so
Actually,
that's not
at
in-
331,
reflected.
it still had, no, at 331, it was still the 500 and 523.
So it's included in there already?
Yeah, that's already in there. It was something else that was,
I just got this $640,000 number jumping out of my head.
Well, I'm
I'll
looking
check
at
my notes.
650 here, but we must have reduced it.
Yeah, we did. I think we did. But
yeah.
This is what the budget for 2014.
From last year, yeah.
His request was 650.
All right.
But
Okay.
we might have reduced it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
have
mhm.
my other piece. I do have the budget
Any other questions?
actions for last year.
Okay.
The next one is 139, snow removal. I think this is more than adequate, 60,000.
Now, is this 60,000? Is that overtime?
Yep,
That's overtime
this is overtime.
for the snow removal.
hmm This is just for staff cost. And then the next snow removal is where you see how much we spent, I'm sorry, how much we budgeted for rock, salt, and brine. And the next one is how much we spent for bringing in emergency services to help with snow removal.
Speaking of snow removal, Director Mitch, how are we making out with that snow dome?
The snow, the plans and specifications are in for the snow dome. This right now is being reviewed. So this winter, we definitely going to have our own salt dome.
That's being the salt dome. So where are we planning on?
Right now, the salt dome is going to be located at the Public Works garage, right where we had when you first pull in, where you have, we had a lot of the old vehicles that weren't working. We had an auction, sold most of them, and that's where it's going to be where it's going to be located, actually at the yard.
Director Mays
hmm
or Ms. Lascari, do we know the status of our snow trust fund?
I apologize. That would have been good if I had looked at it before I came down here. I think it's at least $26,000. That's why there was a little bit of comfort.
Yeah,
I think that
I think it's
the
more.
balance,
I think it's more.
It might be more actually because
Okay.
we haven't transferred the available balance from 2014 over to it either. So there's still some leftover money from 2014 that can be transferred over as well.
Okay.
Does everybody
Next
understand that? I don't know if everybody
Okay,
knows
I'll
what
get
that
it.
is.
Right. Can you explain to me what the trust snow fund is?
This no trust is something that I think council president initiated. I'm not sure, but it's where the old balances from the previous years are. Joy can maybe explain it better than me, but put back in as a reserve, I guess.
It's in the trust fund, which is called TO3, the general trust. It is a dedication by rider, where we can move the balances left over in the budgeted lines to the trust fund for future emergency use for snow removal, so that we don't.
But right now we
lose
don't
out
know.
on that money. We can
She
keep
just didn't
developing
put it in there.
and
She
building it
knows
up.
how much it is. She didn't include it.
So you'll let us know the next meeting how much is in that account?
Sure.
So just so I'm clear, whatever.
Councilman Coley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Apologize. The amount that's left over from the snow trust fund from 2014, it will automatically go into this budgeted amounts right here?
No, it'll be.
The other way around.
It'll
Goes into
stay
the
in the
trust
trust fund. It'll be labeled, if she would have put it in, it would be labeled trust fund, and you can see how much was in there. You know what I'm saying?
So-
this is what we asking for currently, for staffing, for supplies.
No, that piece I understand.
Okay.
So if, let's say hypothetically, during this budget year, we go over
Right.
these budgeted amounts, and then that reserve trust fund will kick in?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank
Any
you.
Madam
other
Chair,
questions?
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Councilman Johnson.
Rolling the dice on page 139, I think this would be a good area to slice maybe another $10,000 off. Since we do have that cushion from the trust fund, why are we going in at 40,000? We have more equipment, more manpower.
Director
If you want to do some other creative things in other areas to ask us for more money, can you slice here and find some money? Well, you're the expert. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm a salesman.
Boy, I'm telling you, I'll get weary when you talk about slicing snow removal. It's just such a tough item. I would say, let's just wait to see how much money is in the reserve before I answer that, because I think it's more than, I thought she told me 45,000. That's why I started
Well, I'm
off
gonna make a
feeling so
note.
confident.
Check the reserve,
Yeah,
yeah.
that when we get the price for that, then we can make it. You guys can make a decision. I think it's more than 25, Joy.
Yeah,
It's
it
like
might be
45.
It might be without the.
But yes, that's
That
an
way,
area.
if you're trying to do something on page 85, you
I
just
agree.
slice 10,000
Yes.
here or whatever. Yeah.
Yep, I agree with that.
Potential.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Ms. Joyce,
Councilman Coley.
the salt dome, do we have an anticipated price for that?
Yeah, we do. I think I had mentioned that at one of the council meetings.
I forgot what
The
it was.
price was, and I'm guessing off the top of my head, I believe we have about 160, and I think the price is like 175 or something like that. So that's something that I'm trying to figure out now, how we gonna make it work. And the salt dome will hold 550 tons of salt, and we typically drop about 100 tons in a snowstorm. So you figure about 5 or 6 storms worth will be in the salt dome.
Okay, and the dome is going to, that's paid through that bond ordinance? Or
Yes.
we going to budget? Okay.
Yep, paid through the bond.
Okay, and you know, we had discussed this last year briefly, Director Mays, about the last couple of years, snow was so bad that actually we no longer had a place to push it to. And we talked about those snow removal trucks that had like an overhead, I guess, function where they emptied it into the truck and then you carted it off. I saw one in Milburn. And so I want to know,
We are
status
looking at some different type of trucks. Councilwoman Easton gave me something to look at. I am trying to look at things out of the ordinary than what we normally have.
because at some point, there's so much snow that there's no
Right.
space to push it to, so then it does have to be.
Well,
cart
we
it
do
off.
have like a lot of lots that we
Some
can-
lots.
because there's one across the street from my house that we didn't utilize last year that we could have.
Mm-hmm.
We could put a bunch of snow in there, but you know. And there's
Madam-
one
Madam
on
Chair.
Lakeside and Cleveland that we could have utilized also.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have some additional lots that we could have utilized
Okay.
had we had the equipment to pick it up and
Exactly.
do what. Yeah,
And
but we
move
didn't
it.
have that.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Director Mays, when the inspector does the fines, where does that money go when they collect for the
Goes to the court.
recycling? Goes to the court, so it's on the court's budget. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on.
Building and grounds. We have one employee in there, Cornell Towns, who does most of the stuff in the building. I think I mentioned this before. He's a Black SEAL, and he holds various other certificates. Also, he does extermination services for us as well. Any questions on that page? Page 142 is the next one. The only thing I wanted to add on this page is under hardware and supplies. That's where we get a lot of our materials to board up vacant and abandoned properties. And if you see, I had asked for 15,000. That was cut to 10. I like that. Have the council definitely take a look at that area.
I think we should give it to them because we have a lot of problem properties, especially in each ward, and now I'm calling Director Mayors all the time.
Page 142, under hardware and supplies. They cut that from 15 to 10.
Because if we don't take control of boarding up these properties and securing them, they just squatters will get in them, and they will just do what they done on Rioch Street, cause fires, and all kind of other things.
Take the
So
bikes.
we need, like I said before, we need to give them the resources that they need.
But Mr. Mays,
Councilwoman Easter.
there was a is there new material you can use, especially on the back doors, besides those ply boards? Because what happens is, you board up the back door, they rip the board off and they stick. So I know when Ms. Jackson was here, there was a new material that they used so that they couldn't pry it off, and then they probably screwed it into the framework. But especially for the back doors of
Is it
those
metal?
houses, we got to do something differently.
Is it metal?
It didn't look like metal. It was like a grayish color.
Yeah, I think
You
it's.
remember what that was?
I know what you're talking. I see it on the houses all the time in North.
Yeah, but we need to do something besides, especially in the
Yeah.
back doors,
Yeah.
because they just ripped down whatever you guys put up there, and go in there anyway.
Okay.
So can we look at getting some different materials and secure the back?
We need
door
cameras.
So then we did do. You said what?
Yeah.
Get a camera.
You gonna put cameras on
that.
it?
Madam Chair, this way
Councilman Coley.
this way I say that I reiterate that we need to give Director Mays what he needs based on what Council Mason is saying. New material costs. These different types of boarding up techniques, they cost a little bit more. And as we move along into the summer season, as we know, we're going to have a lot more of these problem properties, come to light.
Any other questions? I do have a question, actually. I'm sorry. Director Means, for the elevator inspections, is that a sufficient amount of money for the elevators?
What page? 143?
142, under equipment repair and maintenance.
Yeah, that's fine for the elevators. The one for the elevators that I really want to point out was on the next page, 143, that elevator maintenance contract, that's something that I spoke about a while ago, and we still didn't get it done. So I just want to point that out, make sure that nothing happens to that, because we need that maintenance contract. One of the things I'm working on.
Under which
Page
service?
143, under contractual services, that 15,000.
What it says, pending RFP.
Yeah. But where you looking is fine under equipment repair and maintenance.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So,
Councilman
Mr.
Cole.
Mace, this 15,000 for the elevator maintenance contract, that is for the 2 elevators,
Police building
police
in here.
in here.
Actually, just to let the council know, the elevator here is in very poor condition, and you'll see when we go.
Really?
I mean, hey, listen, it's
Really?
running, but one of the things you'll see when we get to the end on 147, I asked for some capital items to come out of the capital fund, and that's something we're looking at doing as well.
Let me get to my destination.
Councilman Cole, you finished?
Yes, Councilwoman, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman
on the
Easton.
renovations and repairs, now that started out at 76 and ended up being 20. Is that realistic?
Joy, you want to go?
With regard to the, Councilwoman Eason, with regard to the fire suppression system for the police chamber, I'm proposing that we pay for that out of the capital improvement budget, rather than here. And, some of the other repairs that he's asking for are basically capital in nature, and that's why we moved them. We need to look at how we're going to pay for those items. They're not items that have a short lifetime, that are just basically ongoing.
So we're gonna approve
Expenses.
these as part of the capital budget?
You see
on-
further, they are listed on page 147.
Let me look at the budget sheet here. I'll
And the
show you
emergency
where I
roof
have them.
repairs?
We already talked about that. We talked about that for the field houses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, I'm trying to get a new flagpole for City Hall. That $4,000. That's the an actual cost, and I want to say, because last spring and summer, we had a lot of nationalities that wanted to do flag raisings, and they do it in all other cities. And it was a shame, our flagpole is in such bad condition. They had something at the library where they had like a small pole. So I really, I envision having, like a real flag raising in front of City Hall. So I put that in there.
For the American flag or?
It'll be
The
for
different
any
Nationality.
Because
nationality.
I thought correct me, in years past, that the only flag that went up on that pole was the American flag.
And the pre-OW flag as well.
Yeah, but none of the, I know we did something with, I think it was Guyana, but we didn't let it go up on that flagpole.
I don't know
I
about,
don't know what- Yeah, so I think you need to look into that, because I think there's some controversial about putting another flag up on the American flagpole. I think we just need to look at what the guidelines are. I remember participating in the Guyana one, and we didn't let it be raised on the American flagpole.
Okay.
They had to have them like separate. So if
All
you're
right, I'll
looking
check
at a
into it.
flagpole, maybe you might want to get an extra one just for.
Or a portable
things
one.
That's a
like that.
possibility.
A portable one, yeah. For things
Okay,
of that nature.
that's fine.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Johnson.
on this flagpole, you got repair listed too. Are you trying to get a new flagpole, or you want to repair the one we have?
I have prices for both, but I'd like to get a new flagpole. Actually, I would like to get that one painted, but a lot of companies don't do that anymore. Paint them like they used to. That's what I started out with. But to answer your question, I'm looking for a new one.
The 4,000 is
New
for
one.
a new pole.
Yes.
And find out the cost for portable one.
Director Mays. Under other equipment, you have a hot water heater. That's for the police department?
Yes, actually, I need to I haven't even talked to Joy about this. We had one of the plumbing companies come in, and they did something that was considerably less. And you see this was taken out because that's what we thought we needed, but actually they did come in and do something less, and they got the hot water working. So it is working over at the police building right now.
So the 45,000 is
Right,
it was reduced to?
right,
So 45,000 gets us one water heater or two?
one.
One.
It was 60,000 for
For
two.
two, I saw that.
So this I have to get back to y'all. This may be coming out. It's 45,000.
And could you also, and what about the police buildings, heating and air conditioning? Is that all taken care
Yeah,
of?
the heat. They're gonna
'Cause I
be
see you have space heaters here.
right. They're gonna be cool over at the police building this summer because we
Got
took
all
care
that fixed.
we took care of that over the winter.
Okay. Refuse removal.
Okay, page 145.
On 145, I just wanted to note that the garbage contract for the company that we currently use is up in December. I just wanted to let the
This
council.
past December,
It's
2014?
no, it's this
Oh,
coming up.
2015.
It'll be over. So that's something we're gonna be working on. I'm sure everybody hear a lot about that over the next couple of months.
Mr. Mays, you know how, and I know we had talked about this last year, the year before, where the county does the computers and have that recycling. We had talked about putting a canister in our city. Is there a way, could we get some residuals from that, some money, if we did it, say maybe once every 2 months, a quarter? We put it in some place in the city, just let the residents, instead of driving all the way up to, just have it, make it more convenient and have them, and then we could sell it to the county?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So can we
We just
schedule
need to
that
set it up
sometime
and see how we gonna work it.
real soon, figure out how we're gonna put a schedule together so that we can put some canisters, maybe Mr. Lee, Superintendent Lee will let us put it in front of a school in each ward or something, and just do that for Saturday.
Yep, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, Councilman Johnson.
while we're still on page 145, Director Mays, in a couple of minutes, two tops. Can you explain to me what the solid waste recycling reimbursement? What's that all about?
Final contractual services.
Solid waste recycling, all the way at the bottom. How does that work?
That basically is what we pay for our contractor to come in and remove our recycling on a
No, that's
no, which
no.
one?
The
All
last
the way at the
one.
bottom, it says condo and multi.
Oh, I'm
multi-
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, how does that work?
Okay. Condo and multi-dwelling reimbursement? That's what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that is where we reimburse some of the apartment buildings for their garbage removal. They pay, and then the city reimburses them. I believe it's some of them is semi-annual, and then the other majority of them are quarterly. And also, this is one of those accounts that you write that we transferred into as well, because the way it's set up is semi-annual and quarterly. I believe every year we have to make a transfer for this as well. So we reimburse these different condo units and people, and we reimburse them we reimburse them so that they would be paying essentially the same cost as us, if that makes sense. We do like an analysis to make sure that we're reimbursing them at a certain percentage, the same percentage that we pay to remove garbage anywhere else.
So I'm still
I'm
lost.
sorry, I'm not explaining it.
No, what are we actually doing to cause the reimbursement?
We reimbursing them for their waste removal.
If I may, Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Lascari?
The city's collection travels all over the city and collects from individual homeowners
Okay.
and businesses. But when you have a concentration of dwellings in an apartment or a condo, they frequently have a collection that's more frequent, and they hire their own companies to remove their garbage and trash.
Okay.
And then the city, because it's the city's obligation essentially to provide for garbage removal, we reimburse them at whichever is less, either the amount that they actually paid for their garbage collection or what the rate would be if it was the city's collecting. So we never pay them more than what we would pay for the rate of a normal homeowner.
Right.
But that's how the city covers those units which may be collecting on a different time basis than the individual homeowners throughout the city.
Okay. So is that every condo and every apartment, or they can elect to do their own thing?
I don't know whether they can elect it. I know it's a lot of them.
I mean, in the pool of people that we reimburse, is it every apartment building and every condo unit in the city?
I wouldn't know for sure.
I don't know if it's
every
everyone,
unit
but
is
it's a lot of
participating
them. A
in
lot
the
of them
program,
opt to
but
go this way.
They have the right to, as I understand it.
Ms. Knight, can you shed some light?
Ms. Knight, can you shut them?
Takesha Knight, Finance Department. It's not every condo or apartment building, but just about. Some do not participate, but we tried. I believe we tried a couple of years ago to make everybody aware. But just so you know, the city gets credit in a recycling tonnage grant, so we get money back every year because they have to submit a tonnage report to Public Works. And we get credit, and we get money back from the state for that.
Cool. What I'm getting to is, how do we forecast that this is the dollar amount we need for 2015 if everybody's all over the map with?
Well, we forecasted off what was last year's.
Right.
That's
And
essentially how we do it. Last year we budgeted 269, we spent 232. This year we asking for 240. But you're right, also there's new people new developments come online, so it is always changing.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Moving on to
I don't know if it's on this page, Madam Chair.
what page?
Let me see.
147 or 145?
No, 140. Maybe it's on one. I don't know. Mr. Mayor, I don't know where I overlooked it or not. Are we getting any new street garbage cans?
We have a bunch of street garbage cans now
Some new
already.
ones?
Yeah, if you need
So we
them.
need them, got them already?
Yeah, I have them
with
now.
the liners in it?
No, I have some of the steel ones right now. I don't know if I have any with liners in it.
Because the only problem with the steel ones, the garbage has a tendency to leak around it and on the ground.
You just tell me where, and you want new ones. We got
Frankfurt
the
and
money
Lincoln.
for it.
Okay.
Frankfurt and Lincoln. Well, we got you on a roll.
I want to see you.
I'll let you know.
Just let me know.
Okay,
147.
page 147.
I don't have anything noted on here for specifically, but I just want to point out where we've been talking about those capital requests that Joy spoke about on the second half of 147. Structural repairs to the firehouse. You haven't heard me talk much about that one. That's something that wasn't in the bond. And based on all the new equipment in the firehouse coming, they're having some problems with the flooring in the sub-basement and the basement. So we're looking into that right now, and we may need to spend capital funds on that. Parking lot system is something that we're looking to do because we have so many people cut through the parking lot. We would think about putting like an arm out front and having a access card that would only work Monday through Friday, and then on the weekends the arms would go up and then anybody could drive through like they previously do. The fire alarm system upgrade for $150,000 here at City Hall is the #1 priority. As you know, there's really no fire alarm system here. So right now, if it was a fire somewhere in another part of this building, we in trouble.
I'll be right out that door.
At that door.
Yeah, I'm saying though. So we need to do that. We're gonna make that a priority. That's gonna be the #1 thing that we want to do. I already spoke about replacing the elevator. To me, I don't know. Some people think it's a big deal, but I'm not sure where it's going to, settle at. But it's something we're looking at as well.
Is there a cost?
Oh yeah, 100,000.
100,000.
See it on there.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are all capital items that we're looking to get done. Over in the police department, they need to go to a dry suppression system in their computer room where all their computer stuff is. If it's a fire over there right now, the sprinkler's going to pop on and all the computer stuff is gone. So it makes no sense to try not to rectify that. So we want to have like that powder system if it was any type of fire over there, so that it wouldn't ruin all of the computers and servers and all the other things there.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilwoman Eason.
Mr. Mays, you talked about the fire department. Is there any, using the capital dollars to fix the facade on the outside at the top?
The facade that's already being worked on right now. That was one of the things that was in the bond ordinance.
Okay.
So you'll see that happening shortly. We have an architect who's working on that right now.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Coley.
the elevator, if it is passed, how soon would you be able to get the elevator up and running?
Well, I don't, Joy, correct me if I'm wrong, this is not so much if it's passed, it's how we spend the money, am I right?
We have to figure out how we're going to budget for this. I have some ideas and I'd like to discuss them with Mr. Lurch before I present them to the council to make sure that they're correct.
And that's just the $100,000 we're talking?
Talking about that whole
Yeah,
bottom sheet,
and the 50 for
all
the
of that, we
police.
talked about what
Okay.
priorities
The
and
50
how
for
we,
the police, I do have it written into the budget document on page 28, I think it is.
the police 50,000 is in there, for the police, the last one.
I have a question.
Hmm?
I'm sorry. Is the discussion?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I have a question. Under street lighting, South Jersey Energy, is that what is that?
That's probably one of our,
Vendors?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. That was it. Any other questions, council members?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Being that we're
Councilman
on
Coley.
street lighting, that street light at Main and Oakwood,
I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm on it.
is that part of this 650? Does that come, I mean, well, now 540. Does that, does those type of repairs?
Yeah, I think you missed that, or earlier we talked about that. That goes back to page 126. You go back to 126. It was one of the items I talked about. That traffic signal repairs is only 25,000. Last year we spent 47. That's where lights are knocked down. That's when they malfunction. So that's where that money would come from.
Okay.
And I made note of that because it was cut from 50 to 25, cut in half. But last year we spent 47.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilwoman Eason.
Mr. Mays, where are we with synchronizing the lights on these?
I'm working on that.
How soon you think that?
I really can't give you a good idea. I am working on that right now.
Okay.
Okay. Does anybody need a break?
Nope, I don't.
Moving on. Director Mays. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, this statement, right?
I need to recognize
CBAC.
the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. Does someone want to come up and ask questions specifically? And if you can come to my desk or this desk here, or up here, it doesn't matter.
Or can she come right there? Or no?
She can come to the podium if she like,
Oh, yes.
if you want to stand. Sure.
I think I'm tall enough so everyone can see me.
Yes.
Elizabeth Jackson of the CBAC committee. First, I'd like to thank you for letting us participate each evening with our thoughts and hopefully some good suggestions. I'm going to do a little part, and then I have one other committee member that would like to add on for Public Works. One of the things I'd like to thank you is, with all the notes that I did have, many of them were answered by the questions that the council asked, so I'd like to thank you for that. But on page 123, the $30,000, hopefully I understood when I heard it, but is that just general overtime, or is that additional for the snow removal? I know the $60,000, I think you said was used for salary. Is that 30,000 just general overtime for public workers,
Yes,
employees? Okay.
Right. Absent of snow.
Okay, thank you. On page 124, it says there's 10 laborers assigned to maintenance for the city. My question is, and I think most in the room know that one of my passions is to try to keep this city as clean as I can. So I'm an advocate for that, and I'm always writing Mr. Marty Mays and my council person. These 10 laborers, are they specifically assigned to clean the streets, or do they have flexible positions?
They have different tasks, but mainly this is the street division, and that's what you would see.
Okay. One of the suggestions that we thought as a committee, and I think you briefly mentioned it for Main Street, but because the East Ward is one of the larger commercial wards, has a lot of foot traffic, and the majority of the fast food is in this area, which means, unfortunately, a lot of times when people are walking out the restaurants, they're walking and they're eating and they're dropping. And I notice it every day. So it's very, very hard to keep it as clean as we would like. So we would like to suggest rotating shifts. Now, I don't know for sure, but I think Public Works, basically everybody works the same shift. Maybe we could keep the city cleaner if we had rotating shifts along with some of the suggestions that said the weekend. But as fast as you may clean it in a regular shift, an hour or so later, people are dropping it. So I just think we need to keep it covered. I went to Bloomfield Center the other day, and I was just, I don't know, it's almost like I heard harps going. It's a commercial area. They don't have as much fast food, but the little park area, it was so clean, it just impressed me. And to come to Orange and see our commercial area with so much litter, I just think that might be one of the ways to help it get clean. Thank you. So I have to assume page 127, the 5 laborers that are under maintenance for the park, is the same concept. That's their assignment, but they're flexible. Okay. Yes.
Can I just note, Council President Donna Williams entered at what time? At 8:45.
Now on page 131, it appears that when the laborer that was hired 1993 and 1997 are making $44,309. The laborer that was hired in 2008 made the exact same salary. So is there a starting salary, or is there just a flat salary when anyone's hired?
What page?
Page 131. You'll see date of hire 1993 and 1997. Those individuals who have been here a long period of time are making $44,309. But the person that was hired in 2008 is making the exact same salary.
No, I'm sorry.
Where's my man?
Yeah, what page though? I think you're in the wrong
Yeah, on
page.
131 is one page. Yeah, I think it's the other page.
Oh, I'm sorry, 127.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Because I was like, wait. I know, should have been 90.
Yeah, I should have brought it up here with me first time, right?
That's okay.
So you said it's 127?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see what I'm talking about now? So my question, the committee's question is, for those positions, is it a flat salary no matter when you're hired? That's what you start with? Because it just seems that if a person's been here 93, 203, almost 20 years, and they're making that, and then somebody walks in the door in 208 makes the exact same salary. So we're just trying to find out, do you have a starting salary, or is everybody hired at a flat
Ms.
rate?
Jackson, are you referring to under Parks Maintenance?
Yes.
Okay. Director Mays?
I think Takesha might be able to answer that.
She just
question.
walked in. So
I know she did. We'll
Okay.
just have to ask her.
Ms. Director Mays, can you answer it? No?
I
Is
think,
that a
Okay,
union?
just a second.
Wait a minute, which person we talking
Under
about?
Parks Maintenance.
Well, I didn't put names
It's
because I
under
didn't.
Parks Maintenance.
Yeah, but she said 2008, that's 2003. That's a 3.
It is?
Yeah.
So my glass didn't work as well. But still, if you look at 93 and 87, that's, I put labor number 1 and 2. They're making 44,309.03. So if you come down to 203, that person was hired maybe even 10 years later, and they started at the exact same salary that someone's been working. So the question from the committee is there a starting salary? How does a person just walk in the door at the top salary?
So when a labor comes in,
This is, but that's not what this says, because this person has longevity, 4%
Director
long.
Mays, but the question is when a laborer is hired to the city, do they come in at an entry
Starting
level?
salary.
Okay, does everybody start at
I,
one?
I don't know, because civil service
They were
changes,
hired.
I don't know if
No,
civil
but
service,
that's, but
And they
that's,
were
nothing-
hired.
it's a
It
range,
says, but the
it's a
salaries are
salary
exact
range.
same.
for
its salary
laborers.
ranges may have
Okay.
changed, this could be anything.
Oh, so when
Okay,
a-
but that's why,
Right.
we're trying to better
do you
understand.
understand, Ms. Knight,
Yes,
so when a
understand.
laborer comes in, salary range,
Takesha
does
Knight,
everybody,
finance.
does everybody start at the same salary?
No, they do not.
Or they-
What has happened here is there's a salary range for a laborer, and here under the base salary, everybody has reached basically the max
But
amount.
don't, let's not look, just in general speaking, when somebody comes in as a laborer,
Mm-hmm.
and the salary range is $25 to $50, does everybody start at 25?
Yes.
Okay, and so, when you see,
The only way that a person wouldn't start is if they had previous experience, like if they came from another town and they were a laborer, or if they have some type of expertise or something like that. That's the only way they wouldn't start at a base salary.
and then if that person comes in from another municipality with the same, with experience, how much higher can they start over that base salary?
It is dependent. They have to fall within that range, but it's dependent upon.
So they can go right to top salary, possibly,
It's a possibility, but I haven't seen it.
okay.
You know what this is, when you look at
But
this.
I can't say with these people right
When you-
here.
let me
They've
ex-
reached the max
let
of
me
their
explain.
salary.
Let me explain this. What you're looking at is, you're looking at the different columns, and you're just looking at the base I think, I'm maybe assuming.
Well,
So
I-
correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm looking at date of hiring. Let's start
Right, you're
there.
looking at data higher, but
Okay.
you're also looking at base salary.
A
And
base.
what Ms. Knight said is accurate. The 3 people that you pinpointed,
Uh-huh.
they all are maxed out at the salary range for that title. So then if you keep going across and you look at their longevity, you look at who's been here longer, and
Okay.
then you have to factor in that, and that tells you in the far column how
Okay.
much.
Okay,
So you figure the guy from 2003 is making $2,000 or $3,000 less. It's not that big. I thought it might be a bigger difference than that, but it's not.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Right, and the starting
Right,
salary
it's out,
is there.
by it not being here, the question, it appeared that they walked in the door at the top salary. But thank you very much.
Good question.
The next one is the difference in, I noticed, $3,000, I think it's page 132. $3,000 for seminars, for administration. Then on page 133, it says $500 for toll travels to seminar classes. The question is, are classes and seminars the same?
Well, not necessarily. A seminar is different from a class. A
Okay.
class is when you're going to get a certificate or something
Okay.
like that. A seminar could be on something that you do every day, how to board up a house, or it's different.
Okay. Page 137. Now, this was kind of personal for me because I don't have a GPS. I don't know what it costs. It appeared to me that $5,500 just seemed like a lot of money. So the question was, is that yearly? Is it quarterly? And doesn't that mean that amount of vehicles are leaving the city?
Director Mays, can you explain what that is? And
Yeah, that's essentially a device that's used to monitor the person that's driving a vehicle. And again, I spoke about this earlier. We want to put GPS monitors in every vehicle that we have, and we need this money to be able to do that. And actually, in terms of going out the city, what it does, if anybody takes a vehicle out the city, then it sends an alert, and you can, say, well, what are you doing? You leave.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Page 145, $8,000 for leaf bags. Because this is part of my passion, a lot of my neighbors tell me they don't even get leaf bags from the city. So I'm wondering, are these $8,000 used to give the public leaf bags, or does the city use them also?
No, this is all used for residents. You can get leaf bags down at the yard. What we're going to do this year is we are going to start having some leaf bags here at City Hall, because a lot of people come here to conduct business, and they should be leaving with those leaf bags.
So this
right
is
from
the
here.
purchase of leaf
This is
bags for
actually the
residents.
purchase
Okay.
of leaf bags for residents.
And Director Mays, will those items be available on the Community Day in May as well?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Jackson, I don't know if you have a Community Day coming up, those items will be available for the
Okay.
residents to take home as
Okay.
well.
Well, I was going to ask the question about the hot water heater, but since you said the hot water's working, I want to thank you for that, because I know we've had cold water all winter. Thank you.
For a long time.
Janitorial services, $42,500. How much is that spent on the police building?
I'm sorry, what page?
Oh, I'm
you on?
sorry, page 143.
You're talking about the new contract, right?
Right.
Yvonne,
No, I'm talking about,
Explain to her.
Wait a second, Councilman Easton.
isn't this saying that they're using it to clean
Are
janitorial
you
services?
talking about the 42,500?
Yes.
Director Mays?
Yeah, that is, as you asked the question, is
The
it,
question is, it said police in City Hall. How much is that is spent to clean the police building?
I don't know. I can't,
What are the requirements under the contract?
to clean the police building 7 days a week, and to clean City Hall, from like all week
5
during the
days a
week,
week?
5 days a week, from 4:30 to whenever they're finished. And then it also entails the contractor buying certain chemicals that are needed to do that.
And Ms. Jackson, we'll get you a copy you can discuss, we'll get you a copy of the
Yeah,
contract.
because I
Chair,
definitely
could
would like to
just
talk to
explain
whoever
her,
off the
'cause I
record.
think, Ms. Jackson, for now, the police building is not being cleaned as part of the contract
Okay.
because they have to do a background check on everybody.
Okay.
And our director will not allow the cleaning company to come there to everybody that's gonna be cleaning there has had clearance.
Okay.
So that's why you haven't seen
You
them
should see
clean it
that
over
shortly.
Okay,
But
thank
it
you
should
very
be there
much.
shortly.
Okay. And unfortunately, I didn't put my page on here, but the $650,000 for street lighting, the committee more or less has a
147.
suggestion rather than the question. I think most of us know that many lights are left on all during the day. That was mentioned at the meeting that you had, and the gentleman in public service said that he would be looking into it. The committee's question is it possible to have more of these lightings put on the solar, like I noticed some are on solar panels, and would that save money for the city?
Yeah, I have to look into that. I don't know all the details, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
Let me just clarify that. The solar panels that went up were put on Verizon poles and different poles already existing.
Okay.
Because the techs need to climb up and down and it prevented the techs from getting to their equipment for the telephone,
Okay.
they stopped letting the city put solar panels on those poles.
Oh.
So for now, if the city wants to do it,
Uh-huh.
it has to erect its own poles. Because as you know, the technician comes with a bucket truck or
Right.
a ladder, he's got to get all the way to the top. It prevented them from doing that, so that's why you see a slowdown in the solar panels coming in.
Okay. I just have two more, and then my colleague.
But Director Mays, can you follow up and see
Yeah.
what Public Service is doing with the solar program? Ms. Jackson?
Do you have an idea with the bond when the new equipment will officially hit the streets?
Yes, but it's staggered. For example, they already told me that the senior buses are in, and right now they just put painting the city of Orange on them.
Okay.
And we know that'll be sometime next week. The sweepers, we're looking at mid-May,
Okay.
and there's various other items. So maybe I'm saying like by the end of the year, we should have everything we need.
Okay, it's by the end of the year, okay. My last, and I'm not sure, when I tried reading this, y'all give me a lot to read. Standard and Poor Rating Services, this came from the water company. It says that our rating dropped to A minus, A minus from A. And I want to know, will this rating affect our city finances or city budget?
Is that under the water company though?
It
Wait,
is.
wait till we get, did we do
Okay.
Mr. Mobley yet?
No, he didn't go yet.
Okay, so let's just wait till Mr. Mobley
Okay.
come out. We'll put that
All right. Thank you very much, and I'd like to pass on to my colleague to finish up, please.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak before you today and ask questions. I'm Christopher Jackson, a member of the CBAC, 572 Seven Oaks Road, and I just have a few questions. If you go back to page 125, I believe that was part of your presentation. I was sorry I came tardy today, and please stop me if I am redundant in any of these questions. I want to go to the section on uniforms and clothing, the American Wear contract. What does that buy?
That buys the rental of all the uniforms for Public Works.
Is it rental?
They're all rentals.
That includes winter gear, hats, and everything like
Yep,
that?
and it's
gloves?
it also includes the laundering of those uniforms.
Oh, all right. Thanks. And the annual shoe allowance, is it per person? How many pairs can they get in 1 year?
The annual shoe allowance, I don't know if Ms. Knight wants to come up and talk about this, but that is a shoe allowance for each individual, and it's something that's contractual, that's actually in their Amoeba contract for them to be able to purchase, I believe it's at least 1 or 2 pair of steel-toe boots.
Steel-toe boots, yes, yes.
One.
Miss Knight, you want to come sit right here, or you can't do it from the back? Okay.
All right, thank you for that. I wanted to just speak a general question about this section of street services. Out of the 12 items on this list, 9 were either substantially reduced and 1 was actually moved to another department. How were the amounts submitted determined?
Well, I determined the amounts to be submitted. So if you see in the first box, I don't know how to describe it, but the first box is what we asked for.
That's the bolded area that's at the end of the column under sub amount, the 2015
Yes,
requested?
yes.
All right.
Those are the amounts that I gave.
Yes. And I see, for example, in the uniforms and clothing, you asked for 24,460. After having spent 12,000 last year, or at least 12,000 appropriated, and then it was reduced to 19,000. And going down, you'll see how the ones in italics are the amended numbers. And I'm just noticing that they are all off. Were you, kind of rounding up and just expecting to get more, or were there actually some analysis saying that this is what we might spend?
Well, the analysis of what we might spend, we only basing that off last year's number. So on the one you're talking about, that 12,003.
Yes.
Is what we're looking at, and that's for this item. I didn't mention this. Maybe I did. I may have forgotten to mention this. That what you see in that rain gear, boots, safety vests, and back braces, I added that in this year because it doesn't really make sense that you have Public Works Department and when there's rain is pouring down, they're not doing anything. So if I didn't mention it, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned that because that's another area that I'm asking the council to please restore it back to $10,000 because, like I said, if it's a downpour, they still need to work in the rain. That's part of their job.
So the American Wear contract doesn't account for inclement weather?
It accounts for uniforms only, but I'm talking about rain gear, which is a substantially higher form of protection, clothing protection. They had rain gear. I wasn't here for it. I guess it was some years ago, but we need to restore that. So if I didn't mention that, I'm sorry.
And this is contractual stuff?
No, not the rain gear.
Not the rain
The American Wear is.
Oh, and the shoe allowance.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
So if we're buying the rain gear, then that is the employee's responsibility to care for?
It absolutely is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mays. If you can move to page 126, I had a question about the parking meters. And this may all, a lot of this go away as the new contract is, at least the new parking program is implemented. But I wanted to ask, what is this, specifically the repairs? What is the schedule for repairs?
Well, you're talking about the
Parking
equipment
meters.
repair?
Yeah, equipment repair.
I would ask you to kind of defer that question to Mr. Mobley when he speaks later,
right.
because he's handling that. But I can answer your question. Is that what specifically for these meters, for the meters that we have that are existing? These are for small parts that malfunction in the meters, and we've essentially said there's no reason to beef those numbers up based on Mr. Mobley's initiative with the new parking meters being ordered and being part of the bond ordinance.
All right.
I'm sorry, Director
Go ahead,
Mays,
ma'am.
but it's still in this budget. He'll just be doing the water portion of the budget, and we would have to go back to this. Is Mr. Mobley somewhere out there? Nobody said, no,
You know where his office?
and we can come back. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'll reserve that. I had two other questions regarding the meters, and I'll ask them, and you can tell me whether or not he would be the most appropriate person to answer. How many meters are damaged? Do you know?
Yeah, he's got to answer that. He's got a whole report.
All right, I'll ask him the other question. I won't even go to that.
Okay.
If you could move down to the bottom of that column where it says other equipment, the weed whackers, et cetera. Are more green options considered, like battery powered or anything like that?
I haven't looked at anything like that. I can, but
Is that I'm just thinking that or electric, electric. I'm saying that because I know electric doesn't require as much maintenance, and although you may have to replace the battery after a certain amount of years, it's something that doesn't have as many moving parts.
but you can use those batteries.
Just
Okay.
something. Even with they use batteries, extension cords would be difficult in a place that's an acre wide. But thank you. Please consider that. If you could move to page 120.
Can we come back to the parking meters?
Yes. Oh, Mr. Mobley's here.
Yes.
Mr. Mobley, shall I
He'll
just?
probably come up there and answer.
Okay.
No, you gotta ask the question, because he didn't hear it.
Okay, Mr. Mobley, good afternoon, good evening, sir. I had a couple of questions about the parking meters, and I understand that may be alleviated when we enter into a new contract and get some new parking meters, but what is the schedule for repairs?
Oh, you can come sit right here, because he has several questions.
Thank you.
Your question pertains to existing meters for repairs, or
Yes,
once
I
we have
have-
the new meters?
I have three questions regarding existing meters, and
Councilman Butler, can you show him where in the budget he's referring to?
on page 126,
Thank
Councilwoman.
you.
All right, and it's referring to the first section, the equipment repair and maintenance, specifically the parking meter repairs. What is the schedule for repairs?
The current schedule is, well, first off, you need to know that the meters that we have right now, about 60%, maybe greater, are not working.
Yes,
And so we are in the process of getting new meters.
wonderful.
But there are instances where there are some meters that are sent out for repair. Or if we need to get certain materials. So for instance, batteries. If we need to get batteries or we need to get spare parts for some of the existing meters, if we can still get parts, because in some instances, the meters are so old, companies don't even make parts for the meters anymore.
Understandable.
But when we can get meters, parts, that's what that would be for.
Well, thank you, sir. You already answered my second question, was how many meters, and you said 60%. But just to ask, how many meters are there? Do you know, just off your hand?
Approximately 410.
All right, and 60% of those. That's quite a few. Do you know what the most common forms of damage are? Is just wear and tear, or people run into them, anything like that? Try to stick slugs in them or something?
Most of the meters are manual meters.
Yes.
The kind where you turn.
Yes.
So that it operates by a spring mechanism. In most instances, those springs have broken.
All right.
It's very difficult to get parts. What you're really, and the other thing that happens is that when a meter breaks, The downtime can be considerable because we just have one person who might go out and repair the meter. He works in public works, and he has other duties as well. The new meters, they have technology such that we'll be here in City Hall, and when the meter goes down, we will get a message sent electronically through the computer that lets us know that it's down. So we'll be able to dispatch somebody right away. Ideally, we would like to have some other people working with us who will be actually writing the, enforcing the parking, and that person or persons will also double as the people who will be repairing the meters as well.
Wonderful. And so we have already entered into a contract to replace?
No, we have not entered into a contract to purchase the new meters.
In consideration of that opportunity, are you considering the type of meters where you would have a box and people would go to that box and put some money in, and then you would have each space numbered or with a letter on it somehow identified
Mr. Jackson, let me just, there will be a presentation coming before the council.
Yes.
They talked about it last, so if you can just kind of, there will be a full presentation coming up in matters of discussion.
All right.
If you can just summarize what the new meters are gonna, and they're not really new, but what the meter, what the intent is to do.
Well, but okay, so
Council President?
ideally,
Just a second.
ideally,
I'm going to ask to be excused.
Okay.
One.
Okay.
Thank you.
last week, in a meeting with the council, the Deputy Business Administrator indicated to the council that we are looking to just replace the meter head. Right, so we're going to use the same poles where we can. Where those poles are bent, we will replace those poles. If there are some spaces where there is no pole, we will put a pole there, and we will replace the meter head. And that's ideally what we are looking to do.
All right, Mr. Mobley, thank you. The next question, I believe, is for Mr. Mays. I'm going to page 132. And my question is in reference to the item, the portable microphone or podium. Can one of those be rented?
I never thought about renting one. They should be able to be rented.
In consideration that the events where the mayor or some official would like to make an announcement or something, as you described, would be, once or twice, a couple times a year. It may be cost effective just to rent it for a few hours.
That's a possibility.
You're talking about under 132?
On page 132, under office materials and supplies, the item podium, portable microphone.
And it looks like that's been zeroed out.
Yeah, but I asked them to reconsider that.
And, okay, and what amount do you want to reconsider, Director?
I'm going to come back with the cost of it.
Okay.
Thank you, Council President. I missed. No, that's all right. That's all right. If I could go to page 139, that's in the snow removal. It's in reference to the rock, salt, and brine solution. Are there other alternatives to salt that is just pure sodium chloride? It tends to damage the streets and sidewalks quite a bit.
Well, that's what that is. That salt brine solution is a little bit different than the regular salt, but we are looking into other ways. There's some other items that we're looking at to try to diversify what we use and things that are less damaging.
So those are being considered?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Can we jump to page 143? And it's in reference to the item contractual services. Excuse me, the security or surveillance monitoring system. I don't know for sure, but Orange Park is an Essex County park. And do they provide cameras in that park?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can find out.
Okay, because I'm in consideration that is I think it is the biggest park. I wonder if they do that because I believe they have it in Branch Brook and maybe some other parks in other parts of the county. The janitorial services. in City Hall specifically, it seems that city workers are doing the janitor, picking up the trash, going around from office to office. Is that instead of or in addition to the janitorial services?
Well, we had public works staff doing that here at this building, and what happened was now the cleaning company is in place, so they're doing this building. The holdup for the police building is that those individuals that will be working there have to go through a background check. They're going through that now. So it was public works workers at the police building too, but once that's in place, then it'll be this company.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mays. And to page, no, they answered those questions. Oh, one other question from page 147, and it's in reference to cameras as well. The fire alarm system upgrades in the City Hall. Are we going to have cameras in the building? I think that, is that something for security we might have?
I'd say this all the time. There's various cameras in the building now.
Right, okay.
And there's various cameras outside the building as well.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mr. Mays. That's all I have. Any other members would like to come and ask questions?
I just had one
Follow-up?
Thank you,
Okay.
everyone.
And it's really to the response of what Mr. Mays had said earlier, and I want to thank you for the updating on Colgate Park. But as everybody knows, they're playing soccer there. So if you re-soil grass, is that what you plan to do?
No, there's an area in the in Colgate Park. We planning on putting a little soccer.
Oh, so they'll get
a
off the
mini
grass.
soccer,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 'cause
Behind
they
the
just,
pool, you talking about
yeah,
behind the
we're
pool?
gonna
Oh, okay.
yeah, we're gonna try to do it. We're applying right now for we writing the application for a grant. We're gonna try to.
Oh, okay, because I didn't want to see a seed and then they go back playing, because that grass used to be beautiful. Till they okay, thank you.
And I mentioned that earlier. We are treating all the grass and all the parks, so you should see a big difference in just the area that they recently removed the soil contamination. The hope is to put something in that lot as well, and we're looking at a potentially or maybe a skate park.
Okay.
It's just the idea.
Director Mays, that was my follow-up question also. So we're still looking at doing a skateboard park in Colgate?
Yes.
Going back to the snow plant, is there a trust account for this?
It's set up, and Joy's going to provide the dollar amount. She didn't include it in the budget.
And how much is going over?
Right.
Council
Any
President.
follow, Councilman
Yeah.
Johnson?
Thank you, Madam President. I do have one follow-up to kind of wrap up, because Director Mays is looking to fill some need as far as personnel is concerned. And if I'm understanding the way the city's set up right, everybody's in the union except for management, which would be including you and so everybody else that's not in management is civil service.
Yes.
Does that mean that they're civil service?
Yes.
I'm from the private sector, so I'm trying to get a taste for this stuff. So everybody that get hired, the job is posted within. There's a bidding process that goes on within the municipality.
Yeah. Now, I don't know bidding process. What you mean? Just they can apply. Anybody can apply.
Yeah,
yes.
If the job is posted,
Yes.
somebody
Yes.
can, even if it's a lateral move
Yes.
or whatever. Nobody gets hired that into the civil service position that goes into a job that wasn't posted.
You can't. Civil service monitors.
Thank you. Thank you.
No,
We've done with Public Works.
Thank you, sir. So, did we do planning as well?
No.
Okay. And I don't know if there was an announcement. I had a prior engagement that I had to attend, so that was ended at 8:30. So that's why I was tardy. So we just did Public Works only.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Ooh. Planning and Development. And that would be.
Planning, page 27, tab number 7.
And that would be you, Director May?
Yep.
You have an opening?
I don't really have much of an opening on this, obviously, or I do more for Public Works than I do for
All right,
planning.
somebody's in Atlantic City. Busted.
That's April's phone.
So you don't have much of an opening?
No, I don't on this one. It's pretty much the same as last year. Well, I shouldn't say the same. It's actually a little bit less than last year, and I don't think there's been that many changes in personnel. So I got a couple of things that I want to say, but other than that, this is pretty straightforward in my opinion. The first one is page 27, inspections and licensings, where we have the staff listed again under inspections and licensing. And there's a couple of things that I want to point out here to mention. I want to point out first the particular individuals that we have in the subcode, which is typically a part-time job, like our electrical subcode, our fire subcode, plumbing subcode. Right now, if you see listed, for example, Anthony Citarella, you see Citarella, you see that they currently earn $30.38. I would ask the council to just consider moving them to $35 because the state inspectors and most of the inspectors earn at least $35, and we actually did very good with all of our development. They go out and check all the new buildings, like the buildings that are being built now, and we had like a banner year in terms of our collection and our permit fees, and these guys are all part-time guys, so I'm asking the council to consider just moving them to $35, which in this industry is considered like the starting point, and our guys are a little below that. So I'm just asking if you could look into that. Another thing that I have on here is some of the rules and regulations that have come out in the state over the last year is that the state wants most towns to also now incorporate a mechanical subcode official. And what I would like to do, and I didn't even have a chance to discuss this with Joy, our current plumbing person, Anthony Citarella, also has the mechanical license. So right now I'm gathering up all my information to go to the administration and suggest that we move him, that we name him also as mechanical, and maybe keep him at part-time. And I'm currently looking at how many hours. That's something that's hopefully I can have incorporated at a later time. I'm just making sure that the council knows that I mentioned it. Also, one of the other things here is that, as many of you know, Curtis Webb retired. Curtis Webb was our code enforcement, and he also was our zoning official, certified zoning official. Nowhere on this do you see that listed as a zoning officer. So that needs to be incorporated into this as well. Currently, our planner, Don Mizell, is serving as our zoning official. So we need to hire somebody. Curtis's salary was $15,000 a year, was a stipend. I'm not sure if that's going to be where we end up at, but that at least needs to be added to this budget. Watching, since Curtis has been gone, it seems like we need somebody here more than part-time as a zoning official. So those are things.
He was also a code enforcement.
Yes.
Okay.
But he was only doing it for $15,000. I think it was like 12 hours or something like that. We need to get somebody in here to do that, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be more than 12 hours. I'd like to take a look at that, and that's what I'm doing right now to make that determination. So those are just things that I wanted to mention.
So Director Mays, say a code enforcement officer like Mr. Allen and David McCourt, the titles have been changed to field representative property improvement?
That's the standard civil service title.
But so is a code enforcement officer. So how did we change the title? What was the?
I'm confused.
I mean, we call them code enforcement, but that's their civil service title, field representative.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I only see, and my eyes are going bad tonight. David McCord. Who's the other people?
At the top, the first person.
Kafani.
Kafani
Oh,
Allen, yeah.
all the way up at the top. I just got lost in the sauce. Kafani, David.
So how many?
And the last person, I'm sorry, I didn't point that out. The last person is Sandra Mendez. I don't know if everybody knows this, but she just passed her test within the last month. And that should be noted on here as well, because her title should be changed to the civil service title, or there's a potential for that. The administration has to make that decision. But I'm just saying, really, she's a certified inspector as well, based on the fact that she passed the test for that.
So here's
So that leaves 3 code enforcement officers.
and when you look at the code enforcement or the field representative property that came in 2014, and his salary is
More.
I'm sorry, Doc.
More. I'm just leading you.
Finishing my sentences.
I'm leading you.
So we look at the more senior code. I'm just going to say code enforcement officer. What brought us to bring in his salary more than somebody that's been here 8 years? And Ms. Knight, if you want to, you can come to the mic. And rather than what. I need to see the salary ranges and just how are we making these determinations. I mean,
Takesha Knight's finance department, I can tell you that Mr. McCord has over 20 years experience as a code enforcement officer. He came from another town. So they wanted an experienced field representative since Mr. Webb retired.
And has he worked in Orange before?
I don't believe he's worked in Orange before, but he's familiar. I'm not sure if he ever worked in Orange before, but I do know. Okay. Well, he has over 20 years experience.
He has 20 years
yes.
of service, but he's never worked in Orange. Okay, so he still has. Okay, I'm just. It's not Orange.
East-
I hear you. It's not
East
Orange.
Orange?
Okay.
Okay.
His step
Ms.
is.
Knight, can you submit to the council the salary range for this title, please? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Councilwoman Summers Johnson, can you let council members know we don't have a quorum? Okay.
Don't leave out again, okay?
Translated. Council members, please be mindful when you get up and leave. If there's only 4 members at the and you leave, there's not a quorum. Just be mindful. Any other
Madam
questions?
President, yeah, I'm not finished.
Okay.
Can I resume?
Mm-hmm.
Because this whole code enforcement is dear to my heart, and I'm getting ready to really crank it up for the West Ward. Director Mays, sidebar when it comes to this, I really need to develop, or for us need to develop, what is going to be the path of conversation, or what I need to do to get what's needed in the West Ward to you, maybe through the mayor or through Willis Edwards. Somebody's got to listen to me when it comes to code enforcement. Now that I'm not allowed to talk to a code enforcement person, there's a lot of things that were left open prior to the retirement of Curtis Webb. David McCord probably knows nothing about it, and I can't talk to him about it. We have lingering issues that for years that are in the West Ward that somebody needs to give us updates on. So I'll be reaching out to you. If I have to go through the deputy business administrator or the mayor, I'm going to be reaching out to you. But we got to get some stuff done.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a law, you can't talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can.
Oh.
It's, council members have to, Councilwoman Summers Johnson, have the mayor or law office may step in and tell council members to talk to the mayor's office and let them direct who.
Oh,
is
okay.
accused.
I didn't know. Okay. But I've been breaking the law. No, they kidding. I did.
Yep.
No, I did. I didn't.
Yes, you have.
Ms. Knight, you can't come sit up here. You can't keep talking about the back of the room. Are there any other questions on salaries and wages on this page, on page 28? If not, we're moving to 29 O&E for inspection and licensing.
I don't have anything noted on this, so if you have any questions for me on that.
No questions on page 29. Moving to page 30.
Page 30. The only thing I have a couple things for this. I think there's a mistake because, let's see, let me see if my math is right. Under equipment, it only totals to like 6,000, but up over here there's 11,400. Am I right?
Yeah.
There could be a fault in the
2,
cell.
4, 6, yes.
So that needs to be corrected.
Mrs. Scary,
Yeah.
what did you say?
It could be a fault in the cell. It's an Excel spreadsheet. So.
Okay.
And then the other thing I have is under advertising. We have $5,500. I checked, and the people in the office.
It should be 5,500.
No, it should be It should be 350. They say that we do more advertising than $55, and they know that that's going to be short from the door.
It should be 300.
$350.
Okay. Nothing under travel allowance, nothing under professional, nothing
Nope.
under contractual. Okay. Moving down to page 31, salary and wage, uniform construction code, and that's
That's our-
Inspector Paul Arthur.
Yep, that's our construction code official. I don't have any changes on that.
Okay, with no changes or any questions? Moving to page 32, planning division salary and wages. Are there any questions on any of the salaries? So Don Mizell, is he getting a stipend for doing the zoning?
No.
He's doing it, no extra, he's doing it because he loves Orange, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir. Councilman Johnson?
on planning division salary and wages, the numbers reflect that this a happy medium between going over budget last year and what you're going to ask for this year. So kind of somewhere in between. We was budgeted for 323,000. We appropriated 365.
For this year?
No, for
Last year,
2014. And now you're asking for less than the 365.
Yes.
Did we lose some employees, or that's overtime or something? Did we lose some employees
I
that
gotta
you're
find
not
out.
going to have the same appropriation?
Let me go back and look at it. I don't know what
Did any
happened.
of Curtis's salary come out of this department?
May
No.
possibly, that may be a possibility. All right, I'll check that.
Oh, okay. And you did mention say he had a $15,000 stipend.
Yeah, that may be it. Yeah,
You want to sit back there?
Councilman
Okay,
Johnson?
well that may be.
that may be it.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
see.
almost like dead nuts. 10,000. Almost, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No questions in the salary and wages. And I don't know if it's been mentioned to Megan. Megan, can you all the deputy directors, the directors quantify those contractual increases? Because they were not authorized by this council. We were just like a total amount for all the directors, deputy directors for the 1.25 in 2014 and 1.25 in 2015 that was not authorized. Moving to page 33, Planning Division O&E. They put binder clips.
Yeah, she took it out. I don't have anything on this page.
Council members, any questions? If not, we're moving to page 34.
Again, I don't have anything.
Director Mays, I'm sorry, I do want to ask a question. I meant to ask it back when you said the 11,000. The computers, the iPads for the inspectors, is this the first time they're going to have an iPad?
Which,
That
what,
would be under the code enforcement. You have 5 iPads for inspectors.
yeah, what page is that?
That was page 30.
Under which one? Oh, I see it now.
Mhm.
Yeah, but these wouldn't be for code enforcement. This would be for those subcode officials that I told you about. Because we use spatial data. Spatial data doesn't have a module yet for code enforcement.
Okay, so this is for the sub.
The sub-fire, plumbing.
Okay, but this is the first time we're.
Yes.
And Ms. Knight, with that, can we, have we gotten a computer list together?
It's in progress. We haven't received everything from the police department. John Claude, our IT person, he went to the fire department. He did the fire department today. And then when he comes on Friday, he's going over to the police department to do a walkthrough with Sergeant Moore and Officer Lamar Towns
Okay.
to complete the police department.
Okay, well, City Hall's done.
City Hall and the fire department is done.
Thank you. Sorry, we're back to page, what page?
35.
35.
Zoning board. I don't have anything that I've noted on these at all.
Okay, going to page 36. If none, 37, nothing. Moving to 38, planning board salary and wages. Secretary. Nothing there. We're going to page 39, planning board O&E. None. Going to page 40. No questions. Moving to the rent leveling board, salary and wages. Administration. Mr. Scarry, we have our rent leveling board attorney is also an employee of the City of Orange. Director Mate, have that been a standard in years prior?
It hasn't been a standard, but I haven't. I mean, you know, that's. I don't know.
It hasn't been a standard, but that's just.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a legal thing or.
Moving to page 42. Any questions? 43. And now on this one, for the professional service, it said, do you see, Mr. Scarry, where it says the attorney is on staff paid through payroll?
That's why her pay, which used to be in here, paid by purchase order, is now up in the salary and wage line.
Okay. What, so, I'm sorry, so, what's the 7,500 for?
That's for the hearing officer, rent leveling board hearing officer. He's not that person is not an employee.
So, and over to the right it says 1,800? So you took it down to 1,800?
Because based on the experience of the previous year.
So that line item is only 1,800, it's no longer 75 total?
That's correct.
Okay.
There's no strike through.
Yeah, I apologize. I
Okay,
didn't manage to format everything exactly the same.
All right.
Regarding reporting services, contractual, are there any questions on 43? Moving to the historic preservation salary and wage.
This is a new department.
Are there any, and this ordinance is not passed yet. Okay, we'll probably have to revisit this. Per ordinance 35/2013 has not passed. The last one that passed. Okay, that's still being modified. Okay. Any questions, council, on 44, 45? If
No.
not, we're going to.
I have a question in this department, but I need to just go back and get clarification on something.
What page you want to go back to?
I want to go back to 32.
32.
And that scenario that you was referencing about when you asked Megan to look into salary increases for people that are non-union,
For all the directors.
for all the directors and non-union. Would that be using this person Bess as an example that says Deputy Director of Planning? When it says contract increase,
Right.
would you be referring about that column right there so I can
Yes.
understand?
Mhm.
So people that aren't in the union got some type of increases in 2014, or
They got the same, once we approved the raise for Omeva, they gave the same to the contractual members.
okay. All right. Now I'm clear.
Okay. So going back to page 44, 45, there were none, and finally page 46, are there any questions? That, do we have any questions from the citizens about Mr. Meyer?
I'll try and be very brief because it's late. Code enforcement has for years needed new people. It's very, very important. Budget committee, I'm not talking for this year's because we haven't really gotten the chance to discuss it, but I know in previous 6 years that has always been a high priority. The reason being is they pay for themselves. They bring in money. One of the things we've looked at is it would be very helpful in the budget process to, it's not just expenses, but it is revenue side of things. And so to be able to see revenue along with the expenses would give a clearer picture and help, there's a lot of ideas and things on that level. CBAC did have a bunch of questions on, planning and stuff, but it's, I guess the person who could answer that is not here, because it's about the going forward, the plan that has the city plan for 2016, I believe, has to be renewed. There's an awful lot of work on there. There's a bunch of questions that I will just hand them to Marty, and he can look at them some other time because they get rather involved. The type of questions that we're asking are things like what are the top 5 projects in the works in the city, and how much abatements are they getting? What are the types of abatements? It's revenue versus some of these other things, which we think is very important, and how that is followed up on. There's I understand some needs in finance department for, not that they were talking about that now, but again, following up on finance, following up on these abatements, following up on some of the things we've talked about in planning. And so we'll put that in writing for you. And one other thing, the budget committee had a chance to have a very good training meeting right here in this room of I think 3 or 4 hours. CFO was kind enough to come and answer questions and discuss things with us, stuff like that. It was very, very valuable. We want to thank her for putting that time for us. There's a few basic things that we learned that changed a lot of our outlook on stuff. One of which I think we all need to know is that these line items, you're not dealing with line items. Those are just compiled to get an estimate for the lump sum that goes to the department. So you can talk about all you want to, transferring between snow shoveling and swimming pool, whatever, but the fact is, if it's under the same department, it's the department director who's making those decisions. And if he says he can do it, he can do it. If he says he can't do it, he can't do it. So anyhow, thank you.
Alexandra Charles at 46 Hampton Terrace. I don't know if you can answer these for me, but on page 36, where it says employees training, what you're asking for is $745, but what you spent was $19. So then they're allowing only 400. So I don't know if you can explain that to us. So, and I'm like, how many employees, because it says new members, how many employees are we hiring that we're spending that much money?
Ms. Knight, that's the zoning board, the mandatory training and Rutgers, I'm assuming, and,
Yes.
okay.
First, let me say I'm no longer the zoning board secretary, but I can answer this question. In previous years, we allotted for all zoning board members to attend training, but because of trying to make budget cuts, only the chair, vice chair, new members, and the secretary and the attorney are going to training. And then if one of those people can't make it, but it's mandatory for new members, so that's why it was cut drastically. Is that enough for this year coming up?
Ms. Knight, why don't you just stay right here, so she don't know, Ms. Knight, for her to finish it, so we don't have to go
Okay.
back and forth, can you just come over here? Ms. Knight, can you please come over here? Thanks, Ms. Charles. And is it enough, will that carry us through calendar year 2015?
The for the zoning board training, yes, the training is this month, right, Mr. Jackson? Or next month? Next month.
Okay.
And the purchase order is already in the system, so that is enough.
And Rutgers only runs these classes in cycles, so if
They run them all year round. However, they do certain cycles where the classes, the training is cheaper, is less expensive, and this is the time that we go. But they run the training year round, but it's more expensive. So $400 is suffice.
Mrs. Scarrett, can you, what was the question, Mrs. Scarrett?
I just want to make sure that the amount that we have in italics is correct for her need, or do we need that?
So you
No,
brought
it's more than 400.
Okay, so the 745 what
So
that
we need-
department asked for is probably a more realistic number in terms of,
I can go downstairs and get you the exact number because it's already, I mean, I have the exact number.
all right, let's do that. We'll get the number, Ms. Charles.
Don't take the elevator.
Mr. Jackson, do we know if we have a full complement of members on the zoning board?
I believe we do, yes. We may need one member.
So there's one vacancy,
Yes.
and so we have to consider if another member comes on. Sure. Okay, your next question, Ms. Charles.
And another one is the on page 42. It says employee training. You said you needed 3. They gave you 9, and you spent 10.
Rent leveling, so they asked for 3, then they got 900, and they spent 10. Mr. Scarry?
I
It might be a
probably was
mistake.
just thinking to not drop their total budget down too low.
And what is this saying? What is it? What is a New Jersey leveling?
New Jersey
Is it-
League of Municipalities, New Jersey Rent Leveling Association. And that's the annual training, and it's for the registration, the hotel, and the workshop.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think 300 is enough for that.
And we
Yeah,
probably
this might be.
If we can get the actual number from Ms. Mason, because
Okay.
it seems that.
Something was wrong.
So
Yeah,
it's
because I'm
1050.
like, you're asking for 300, and you spent 10.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
okay.
Or maybe those numbers, maybe they asked for 900 and she meant to put 300 over
Right.
there, yeah. Okay. Are there any other questions?
Yes, just a couple. On page 34, it says vacant property, 540 Mitchell Street, security, $240. Is that spent on every vacant property for security? Or if not, why was it specifically on this one?
Director Mays?
It's not spent on every property. I wasn't here when they made the decision to do that. I'm only assuming that they did that because they really wanted to protect this building.
Is this, what is this building, 540 Mitchell?
This is one of the old F. Berg hat factories in the valley. This is right down from Bravo's,
Okay.
on the corner there. When you turn the corner, the first turn you can make left if you go past Bravo's. Not on Central Ave. I mean, not on. Not on Scotland Road, but when you turn the other road. What's
So
that
we're
road?
under the bridge?
Yeah, Mitchell.
Okay.
Yeah. So as soon as you go past Bravo's, under the trestle, and you make a left, it's the building right there on the corner.
It's city owned?
Yes. I believe the thought was there was supposed to be a project happening there. I don't know where it is at this point, but they wanted to protect the building and make sure that it didn't have any further damage. But I wasn't here.
Yeah, I got some buildings for them to protect.
I mean, because we
I'll
can,
be,
yeah, we can
I'll be
find,
getting
get
in
a,
touch.
if we can get a better answer, because, okay, 240, yes, Ms. Jackson, sorry.
Am I able to say code enforcement now, Sue? Okay. In code enforcement, I want to say I'm glad that the young lady passed her test, but how many actual code enforcement officers are there? And are they designated to a specific ward? And again, just because you see it every once in a while doesn't mean anything, but I see them riding 2 and 3 deep, and I'm just wondering how they can take care of my ward, you know, the other wards if they're riding 2 and 3 deep.
Director Mays?
Well, there are 3 code enforcement inspectors, 2 officially, because I told you that Sandra just passed her test and her title has not been changed.
Okay.
They do have specific wards. They really shouldn't be riding 3 deep, 2 deep, I could say, because we really only have 2 vehicles that they use. So sometimes they do double up. I'd rather not have them do that. So I didn't put a car in this year because we just got a car last year, but we are looking at giving them one of the older vehicles because they shouldn't be 2 deep. So
Director Mays, Mr. Allen is in charge of what wards?
South Ward and Mrs. Mendez is west, and Dave is east.
Dave is east.
David.
And who's north?
North, I believe, is split between 2 of them. But
Tennessee Eastern.
Okay, again, one of the things that the committee wants to do is not always just come up and shake a finger. We'd like to come with also suggestions, and being that they're designated to certain wards, is it a possibility they can do the concept that the police used to do, similar to a park and walk, especially if it's 2 in a car? They can get out and they can walk, because I think they can see a little bit better if they ain't rolling so fast.
I agree.
So that's a suggestion we'd like to make. That was that one.
That's code enforcement park.
And one of the things I suggested years and years and years ago, because I know I've asked this question quite often, how come we can't find this fine, F-I-N-E, this landlord or this property owner? And a lot of times we're told that they can't be found. So I want to bring this suggestion up again. If the city could consider hiring a private investigator that works on commission, because they seem to be able to find people in other countries as well as in the state. And if they worked on commission, they know if they find this person, they get paid. So just a suggestion for those landlords that we can't find. And I'll give you a quick example, 160 Elm Street. That was one of the ones I always wrote y'all, and the address always came back to 160 Elm Street, and the place was vacant. So we're spinning our wheels. Last but not least, I don't know how many of you were here the other night. I think most of you were, but the city council did vote for the new city rec center. And I haven't gone through all of it, but has that been considered in the budget? Because even though Mr. Willis said the other night, right now employees are 8:30 to 4:30, so those are the same employees that will be working. The building is walk-in ready. So if they go in there next week, they have to have lights, they have to have air conditioning, they have to have water, so have those things been taken in consideration? Because I don't see it in the budget, and that's going to be extra money, because this building will still be functioning under, that's me.
Okay,
That's
I'm
one
sorry.
of my shows I'm supposed
Okay.
to be watching. But, so I think we need to keep that in consideration, even if they don't go into the building for another 2 or 3 months. That's going to be a big bill put on our expense.
Mrs. Scary, regarding the fiscal impact.
At the time when this budget was prepared, I had no knowledge of the plan for the Y.
No, I understand that. I mean, somebody knew the possibility, but what I'm saying is, since we're in the process of trying to finalize this budget, I think that's something that needs to be put on the table, because that's definitely going to be more expense. Thank you.
Mr. Scary, did you have plans on submitting an amendment regarding, and Marty, that will come under Director Mays, because it's a facility portion of it, and then another portion will come under recreation. Will there be any amendments to the budget regarding that?
I think that probably we can work out all of those things during the deliberation process.
Well, we don't want to get to that
We'll have to
day.
get some data to add to it, but
Okay.
it depends on what the total amount of the changes will be, whether that would be considered I guess it would be considered an amendment.
So our last date is Monday, so and that would be perfect with administration and finance, if they could, try to have some numbers that day with that in consideration for the 20th.
Okay.
Are we, the Citizens Budget Advisory, are we finished?
Yes, thank you.
Do you want me to answer?
Thank you. Director Mays, did you want to make any closing statements?
Do you want me
Nope,
to answer
that's
the
it.
question
Thank
I was
you.
on for Okay.
All right. Are you saying, don't go anywhere, Turkey's zooming. Okay.
Council President, okay.
Okay, Ms. Knight?
The exact amount for the training for the zoning board is $685, and then there is a $500 fee that is split between the planning board and the zoning board to be members of the New Jersey planning officials.
So it's 250, 685 plus 250.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and if they were to fill the vacant member, how much more would it be for one more member to go?
Nothing, because that can be put in next year's budget. They aren't required to go. They have over 12 months. It's a minimum of 12 months, but I think they have up to 18 months to do the training, to complete the training.
Complete the training.
Because if we brought in a new member, just to train, if they didn't go to this training that's already scheduled, for that one member it would be about $300.
Okay. 685 plus 250. Oh, 685. So there was 300 in there.
It's 400 in there.
It's 400 for the zoning board. It's 400. Okay, so it needs 685, 885, 935. So plus 535.
And then you have to remember to add the 250 under planning board as well.
That's a 685 plus a 250.
I don't know if the planning board has any new members.
Oh, in the planning as well.
Yes,
Okay.
planning board.
Okay.
I don't know if they have any new members, but there's nothing in the system for training for new members. They haven't put anything in.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. Today is a historical day in this township of Orange, New Jersey. I was at an event not too long ago and bumped into our previous mayor, and he snickered in my ear. He says, "You get your street repaved yet?" Because in 2010, I launched out at the request of my neighbors to start bugging this municipality. So today, under the direction of Director Marty Mays, they laid the black top all the way from South Center Street all the way over to Highland Avenue. And we looking good, my brother. Thank you. The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
So we're moving.
Oh, we leave them leaf bags.
Yeah, I know.
They all on my lawn.
Well, I want you guys to know that Director Mays will be leaving, right? You're leaving us, so there's no any more questions. Are you going to stay through, Mr.?
No,
No,
I'm
he's
out.
leaving. Okay, thank you, Director. That's what he's leaving.
Yeah, you can't make it seem
Oh, he's leaving.
No, I'm saying he's leaving. No, I'm saying he's leaving the meeting. We still have one more presentation. Water utilities. Okay. No, I'm just saying, but Director Mays is leaving for the evening. Thanks, Director Mays.
Right
Thanks,
now.
CBAC.
Mr. Mobley,
Yeah, I will.
You want to sit over here? We can see you.
Marty's got the cushions.
I just want to leave with y'all.
You're not saying you had questions regarding the water?
Sure you.
Exactly.
It's water utility based on the tab in there. Okay?
He's so happy. Look at him.
All right, Mr. Mobley. Woo-hoo.
Good evening. Matt, are you okay? You good to go?
That's good.
All right, we're moving to water utilities, and this will be presented by Chris Mobley.
You need Marty's mic?
While
Magnifier.
while we pause the tape for a second. Okay, we're ready. We're back, and we're just having a presentation from the water utilities by Chris Mobley. Mr. Mobley, do you have any opening?
Yes, the water division, which is underneath the Public Works, seeks to provide water service to the residents and business owners of the city of Orange Township. It is a role and responsibility that we take very seriously, and I appreciate the opportunity that's been afforded to me on behalf of the administration to work with the residents and business owners, and I look forward to continuing to do that.
Thank you. And we're on page 153, and we open up with salary and wages. See Mr. Mobley's salary and wage. Mr. Mobley, there was a discussion last year of having an admin person, and is it left in the tax department, or was there any talk for this year regarding administration, a person for admin, personnel?
Right, so I think that's what you see here with the additional person.
Oh, right, the accounting clerk.
And
Okay.
the accounting clerk. And what we realize is that there are a significant number of transactions that occur on behalf of water. And to the extent that we can help increase the efficiency within the office by bringing in another person to help handle some of those transactions, we think will be a benefit not only to the office down there, but also in help to increase the collections. As you may know, there is a significant amount of money that's owed to the municipality because people don't pay the water on time. We are in the process of launching a collection process that we hope will bring the dollars back into the city's coffer. And so it would behoove us to have an additional person downstairs to be able to handle some of those, some of the collection that's going to take place and some of the activity overall on behalf of water.
Councilmember, any questions on page 153 regarding salary and wages?
Yes,
Councilman
ma'am.
Johnson?
Is that we referring to the clerk? Is that a new position? The
Yes.
account clerk?
Mhm.
That's what you're referring to? Hiring somebody as an account clerk?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask a question? This is about the whole function. Is this a new department?
No.
No, it's not. Mr. Mo, it's been bugging me because I've been reading a lot of paper, and I was, how in the world can we be not collecting money from the YWCA? When Jay LeBeckin was telling us here back in December that once the courts decided to give him the authority to sell the buildings, the building couldn't acquire any more debt. But yet and still, the building functions with water and sewage and everything else. So the city can't build anybody that's in bankruptcy. So the data that's in the YWCA package shows back in one of those categories where all these shut-off notices have been sent to the YWCA since, I guess, November. So the city can't collect that money. You can't build anybody that's in bankruptcy. So what's been going on?
Yeah, I have no information on that.
No information.
No.
But since the courts ruled that the bankruptcy is legit, no more debt can be filed against it. But yet and still, the YWCA functions daily with water and sewage and so forth, but we can't bill them.
Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna, because I don't know if it was explained to you right, and that's
Okay.
because it's a reorganization, so I would ask that if, perhaps if you could sit down with Ms. Winfield or have a conversation with her in the tax office, she can probably.
Ms. Wingfield?
Yeah, she can explain it to you.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Okay. So we're going past page 153 to page 154. So they got,
Actually, Council President, I have a question.
going back to salary and wages?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like we have Mr. Mobley's salary here, and we had an account clerk, and I remember last year there was an account clerk mentioned in the budget as well, but I thought the salary was like 20,000. It was a lot less than the 40. Just trying to find it.
Do you, did we cut that, Mrs. Scary?
No, actually,
I
think it
believe
was
that
in there
was
like
part of a person, not a whole person.
Because it was in two different, it was in the tax department and in the.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was part of a person.
Yeah, it's 22.5.
And then was the rest of it in the tax department?
I don't have any notes about that.
If you look at the, I think it's on two, different salary wage sheets.
Okay, so my question was, why would that go up substantially? Is this not a part-time person? This is a full-time person that's working in two offices,
Ideally, it will be a full-time person.
working just for water, or?
My understanding is just working for water, but that person would be in the tax department, so one could assume that they might be assigned some additional responsibilities.
Councilman Gordon Butler, I think they're presenting it different this year than they presented it last year, that's all.
Okay.
It was presented different last year. Is that all, Councilwoman?
On that page, yes.
Moving to O&E for water operating, it appears that they got a little bit more than what they asked for. Regarding the total requested, are there any, anybody just want to discuss on any of the specific line items? Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Coley?
Yes, please forgive me for being naive here. But we're dealing with water, so where do we pay gas and electric for? In the water department?
For instance, in the wells run by electricity, the pumps run by electricity. And some of them you have gas that provides the fuel for the heating in those units. And so that's where you would have gas and electric.
Hold on. The pumps need heat to run?
But you have to make sure that the buildings and the pipes in there don't freeze.
I got you, okay.
Right.
Council President,
Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
just a couple of questions. So, Mr. Mobley, you know, I went to visit the pumping station and there was huge leakage.
Yes, we did do that.
Okay, so was that remediated?
Indeed it was.
Okay, so we've stopped all of that loss of water.
Correct.
Okay. Now, there was also a concern about the condition of the building. Is that something that's set up for demolition, or?
Not currently. What we've done as a stopgap is that we've put a trailer there. So we've been able to get all of the water personnel out of the building because it was an unsafe structure.
Right.
As you may recall, the power had to be disconnected because the water was getting near the electrical box. And PSE&G would not restore that power. So we got a trailer, and that's where the folks are now. When we did the budget, or the bond rather, we asked for funding to demolish the old pump station that's up in the reservation. We're going to research and find out, one, what the cost would be to demolish the building over there, and then two, would we be able to recoup any of those costs by selling the metal that's in the building and the bricks as well. So we'll do that this year.
Okay. And then my next question is, now we created a water maintenance kind of fee last year. And I wanted to know, where is that? I know some kind of water maintenance fee, so we could sustain.
You talking about the ordinance where we increase the?
Yeah, I think maybe she's talking about we increase the rate, the water rate.
Right. So is that reflected in this budget as a revenue, or because that should be a revenue, correct?
Yes, I'm going to defer to Ms. Lascari because I understand that we have received some of that, but we have not gone a full year in receiving that increased revenue.
Right. So I just want to make sure that's being
The new
spent
water
on.
rates,
That's right.
are the new
Okay.
water rates being, are residents of Orange being charged the new water rates, Mrs. Stanley?
Yes, they are.
Is the revenue reflected in tab 1 on the page? Right?
Yes,
What
it
page?
is.
What sheet?
One thing I would like to point out to the council members, if I may, is that, and this may be something that you know and may be something that you are not familiar with. So, New Jersey budgeting and accounting processes are extremely conservative, and you're not allowed to anticipate as a revenue even one dime more than what you received in the prior year. And you can't count a revenue until you actually have it in your hand. So like you don't have an aged receivable or something like that you would have in the private sector. Okay? So when you go to calculate what the water budget is going to be, it's driven first and foremost out of what did you receive last year, and that's the only amount that you can work with for your appropriations.
Okay, what page would that be
where is
reflected
that
on?
reflected?
Okay, let me go find it. Sorry, it's not too far away. That's look at sheet 31 of the budget document that's in tab 1.
Sheet 31. Dedicated water utility budget.
Actually, maybe I need to ask Ms. O'Hara, what you, in one of your comments to me after I had given the budget to you, you said the water rents income could only be that 8,111,000 instead of the 8380, something closer to the 8380. Did you have a reason for reducing that amount?
Megan, I'm sorry, because if you talk, he has to pick it up. So, do you want to come resume your seat, Ms. Butler? I know she'll love that. She loves when you sit by her. Councilwoman Butler.
What page we on?
Can't even find it.
What page we on?
Page
Sheet 31.
Section 1, sheet 31.
In section 1, sheet 31? Okay. I know I heard some ones.
Yeah, so we did reduce it. You're allowed to go up as much as the 8,380,000. But we reduced it to the 8,111,000 to just cover the expenses that we were projecting.
So 8.1 million.
Yeah, originally the numbers that were in there were higher because there was some additional debt service that didn't agree to the financial statement, so we just revised those numbers and tied it all in.
Okay, so is it 8.1 or 8.3?
It's 8.1, but if you needed to, you can go up as high as the 8.3.
Gotcha. Okay. So you recommend 8.1. Okay, gotcha. Are there so the revenue, Councilwoman Butler, any follow-up questions to that?
Yeah, and so then, okay, so my follow-up questions are, under rentals and leases, what is this, Mod Spage trailer? Is that the trailer that's now currently sitting?
Yes. Yes, it
At
is.
the new Chestnut Pump Station?
That's
Okay,
correct.
So that's the trailer.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, are you still in section one?
No, I'm sorry, I went back to section 14.
Okay, so you're on operating expenses?
I am.
Okay.
I'm on page 154.
Okay, got you, okay. The 4,000.
And it's at the bottom of the
Mhm.
page. Okay, and then my other question is, what is contingent?
Well, when we first got the trailers, there was a delivery charge and that sort of thing. There may be some changes in the amount of the lease. Not that I anticipate them, but in case we need to make any modifications to the trailer or to the agreement that we have with ModSpace. Like I said before, your operating budget is driven by the amount of money that you can anticipate as a revenue. So we know that we have certain ranges of expenses in the different categories that are listed, and the budget is.
But Mrs. Scary, what in your, so Mrs. Mobley, you didn't put the contingent in there?
No, I did.
You put that, so your
I
contingent.
created this budget.
But your contingent simply was if there were any changes to the trailer?
Or any other rentals or leases that we might have to take into consideration.
Okay.
It's just that the total has to be the right number. The total of everything for operating has to be the right number, that's all.
So you were just putting examples of what it could,
Yeah.
what you would use it
Yeah.
for? Okay. Councilwoman Garbell, any follow-up?
To that? No.
Okay.
Not to that. I just think that that's odd that that's there.
Okay.
And I guess, Ms. Lascari, if you could walk us through the debt service,
Okay.
because I didn't really understand that.
Now, where are you at?
I'm on page 157, and I'm sorry I skipped ahead, but I just wanted to get all my questions
Yes.
out.
The debt service, okay. At the top of 155, 157, I'm sorry.
157.
The water utility has a bond which has principal payment and interest payments. Those are per the schedule, and also the NJEIT loan.
And what year
Also.
was the NJEIT loan?
It began in 2009.
I was thinking 2008, but something like that.
Yeah.
What was that loan for?
That's, go ahead.
I don't recall exactly what
What
it
was-
covered because I wasn't here at
Okay,
the time.
so
but
that's what was the loan for?
It was to construct the new pump station.
That was the loan for the new pump station. Okay.
Oh, so that was for the new pump station.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So this debt service is for the loan for the New Jersey, for the new pump station, and what else, Mr. Mobley?
it's the existing bond ordinance.
And
It goes back to at least 2003.
the bond ordinance which paid off the other,
Yeah, when
Okay.
when we got it from, at the time, you may recall that East Orange was running the system for us. And when we went to get it from East Orange, there was some bonding that we had to do in order to do some work, and that occurred in 2003.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Butler.
Right, so this speaks to, so the bond principal and the bond interest speak to the same, I guess.
The same issue, yeah.
The same issue as far as bringing our water services back to Orange and under United Water. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct, in 2003, beginning in 2003.
So, Councilwoman, you're down at the bottom on O&E or the administration fees? Or are you just talking in general? Where were you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on 157, that water operating expenses to
O&E.
debt service.
But you're in O&E?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm in the O&E, yep. Okay, I'm not sure if I understand that completely, but I'm trying.
okay.
This
Any
is
additional information you can share with me?
Perhaps I have some information that I can put together for you, for all of you, and I can work with Joy to put that together.
Okay, that talks about when it got transferred back to us.
Yes.
Okay, great.
There is there's an ordinance, copy of an ordinance that I will get for you as well that will clarify, I think, a lot of that.
Okay.
Have you seen that ordinance?
Maybe.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
Not for me right now. I'm done.
Yes, Council
Councilman
President. Contractual services, and I see United Water Billing and Collection Service.
Can you tell us what page you're on?
Page 155.
Okay.
Contractual service, United Water. Now this $1,030,000, is that what we pay United Water for them to collect our fees?
No, I think that's to operate the entire system.
It says billing and collection service.
Well, let's sort of move.
Yeah, it's more extensive than just billing and collection.
Yeah.
But that's that line item is basically to cover the monthly fee that we pay to them for all that they do under contract.
So that's
Annual.
But I did actually use a plug number there to get to the right total, which is why it's the only one on the whole list that's not a rounded dollar amount.
Mrs. Scary, is that a monthly or annual?
That's
nice.
monthly.
$1 million?
No.
Yeah, that's $1 million.
We don't pay that much monthly. The total that we pay a monthly fee to United Water.
Right, but okay, my question is, part of what they
Everybody's
do
not understanding.
is collection and going through our accounts, making sure that our accounts are current. Is that part of what they do, or that's on the municipal side?
You're being thrown off because of the word collection, right? That's what you're looking to say in collection.
billing.
Absolutely.
Right.
Most of the citizens of the city pay directly to United Water for their water bill. I'm not familiar with what your water bill looks like. Does it say United Water on it, or does it say Orange Water Services? It says Orange Water Services?
Yeah.
But the address that you're sending your payment to is United Water.
That's right.
And they post your payment to your account.
Right.
They do the billing, and they do the majority of the collection.
Okay, that piece I understand, and that brings me back to the salary and wages for what Mr. Mobley went to bring a person in for $40,000. Are we duplicating work?
Not really, because there are a lot of residents who will come into the city to pay their water bill, which is perfectly normal. And so the tax collection office has been collecting water rents from residents for a long time.
Okay, and I believe we have, 2 or 3 people downstairs who collects those payments now?
Two of the people primarily work on liens and that sort of thing. At any given moment, most of the time there will be one person behind the collection counter, but honestly, that person frequently doesn't take lunch, and when it's time to prepare the deposit, that means nobody's at the window. So it would really be helpful to have another person available to be at the window. Yes. Well, that's not my
Okay.
responsibility. My apologies.
Okay, so the reason for my question was, are we duplicating work and services here with United Water and what we're doing here downstairs?
No, I think in my opinion, we're just trying to help the portion that we take care of here be more efficient.
All right, thank you.
Let me take the question. So, if the way we have the contract set up now, all of the billing could go through United Water.
It does go, the billing does all go
What-
through United Water.
The payment, I'm sorry, the payment could all go through United Water. However, if citizens are used to coming into City Hall and they want to pay their water bill, we allow them that convenience to pay it while they're here.
That's correct.
Yes,
And now how does, is it one system? Do we use the same system as United Water, so whether they're
Yes.
paying it? Okay. Alright. And if, from a contractual standpoint, how much of the contract is for that service, collection?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The portion of the contract in terms of the collection and everything?
You don't know that. You don't know the value that they put on that portion of it. They do billing and collection, storm water, potable water, and
hydrants.
Hydrant. But
Yeah.
if in your discussion with them, if it shows that after 6 months that we do over 51% of the collection, can we reduce, I mean, are there any conversations?
We are looking at ways that we could possibly bring this back, at least this portion of it,
The
back
collection.
in-house. The billing and
Okay.
collection.
Council members, any other questions?
I do have another question. So
Council-
are we currently in a contract with United Water, or are we still under some kind of amendment or extension?
That's a good question. As you may recall, last year, we did come before council with an ordinance, I believe, or resolution to extend the contract, or to amend the contract. It has not been signed by the administration.
The council approved the contract and then the administration never signed it?
Correct. It was still under review.
It's still
It's still under review.
under review with the administration?
Correct.
But United Water is still acting, so are they acting under the terms of the last contract then? What
Or
terms
is
are
it
they?
a month to month?
It's a month-to-month. I mean, it's not a contract. We don't have a contract,
That's-
month-to-month contract, but they are still operating the system, and we're still paying them.
But
On a
under what
month-to-month
terms of
agreement.
the last
previous-
one?
the previous.
contract?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, okay, so it's not signed. And then what was my other question about that? And then I remember too that they had, there was a list of infractions with regards to prior water service that they had not addressed or remediated. And so has any of that taken place?
Well, their position on that was that the person who was their quote-unquote manager or plant manager at the time was not authorized to make those statements, and in fact they indicated that he was incorrect in the statements that he made. And so that's really, where that is,
In limbo.
in limbo.
Okay. And then another question, and I'm sorry, I digress. On page 154, under accounting fees, what are audit services? What audit services are we paying for with regards to water?
Mrs. Scarry?
Mr. McInerney, when he does the audit for the city, it includes an audit for the water utility and water capital.
And it's separate and apart from our
It's
other
It's a
audit
part of,
services?
no, it's a part of the same audit services, so some of it should be billable to the water operating, to the water utility, as opposed to the budget of the city.
Okay, and then my question is, and so generally when you split things, you usually kind of note that. Should that be noted for this? For these services? That it's split somewhere else? So we can know what the total audit services cost is?
Okay, budget.
That will be in the, in the tab for the finance department, is where that will be.
Okay. That didn't answer my question, but okay.
Did you forget to note that it was a split charge?
It could have been written that way.
Okay.
Council members, any other questions?
Yes, Council President.
Yes, sir.
Traffic control, page 155.
Mm-hmm.
I see that last year it was what 102,000 spent, and do we anticipate more issues?
United Water also manages the repair and maintenance of the infrastructure of our water system. And we discovered that when they require off-duty police officers to be at those repair sites, we would bill United Water for the services of those officers, and then United Water would turn around and add 15% on their bill back to us. And we said, that's ridiculous. So, and rather than having that expense show up in the water, in the United Water bill for repairs, we said, we're not going to give that bill to United Water. We're going to have the water utility pay for those services directly and not incur that extra 15% onto the water utility. That was just ridiculous.
Before you go on, Councilman Coley, can you have a motion to extend the meeting?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Johnson,
Second.
second by Councilman Coley. Roll call, Councilman Coley.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton is absent. Councilman Corbett is absent. Councilwoman Summers Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
No.
Not in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You just got finished holding up the last
Okay.
15
I'm sorry. Continue.
Yes, so
Okay.
And next.
I apologize for cutting you off,
that's okay.
Mr. Carey. But this 102,000, that's what we spent last year in 2014?
That was only part of the year. We only instituted that policy of billing the water utility, our own water utility directly for those off-duty officers at some point in the year. It wasn't the full year.
It wasn't a full year?
No.
Do you know if it's half the year, 3/4 of the year? Or
Well, let me see if I can. No, I don't think I printed the water utility back here. I'll have to look it up.
All right. Thank you.
That's it. Any other questions?
I wanted to, before we pull away from that, there was one thing I did want to say. To give some understanding to the 15%, right? Because that is in the contract that we have with United Water. It provides a provision that they can charge a 15% overhead on any of the repair and replacement work that they do. And because this would be considered part of that, is why they would charge us the additional 15% on top of what we bill them.
Okay.
And we said, hey, why don't we eliminate that 15% by just paying the police officers ourselves and not passing that on to United Water and have them pass it back to us with a 15% cap on top of it.
Okay.
So,
Council
Council
Coley.
President, so if the police officers work a traffic control job when it's water related, is that a side job rate or is that overtime rate? Being that
Side
city,
job rate.
Side job rate.
It's treated the same as any other off-duty officer service.
But
It's just that the company
right.
is hiring them is our own water utility.
Okay.
But in this case, does United Water doesn't have to come? The booking procedures aren't the same because we're doing the booking now, not United Water, right?
Right.
So this 200,000 or whatever portion for whatever job, is this money coming out of this account and put into that account to pay for that side job for the police officer?
I don't know if we've decided how we're going to actually pay them.
So we pay them through their salary, just like if they do if they do a job for PSE&G.
Right.
The paperwork comes to us exactly the same way as any other job. It's just that when it's coded for a United Water job, instead of passing that bill on to United Water and having them pay us back, we just divert it to charge our own water utility
No,
for
I
that
understand.
fee.
I'm talking about the booking procedures. Normally, a public service or whomever would have to go in and put money in the account, and so there's no lag in time with the police
Oh,
officer is paid.
no, because it's going directly to our own water utility. It's already paid.
No, I completely
Am I not
understand.
answering your question?
Is this internally, how do we treat that? So if it was an outside company, I understand they come in and they do the booking procedure, but how do we do it internally? That's what I'm.
Instead of in the trust account, in the general trust account is where we keep the accounts for each of those vendors who normally hire.
So you have a trust.
Instead of charging it to that trust account, we charge it directly to the water utility.
Okay.
So there's no money back and forth in that respect.
Is it just one check that the employee gets, or is it a separate check for that work?
No, the employee gets one check for all of the off-duty work that they do, no matter who they do that work for. They could work for 3 different vendors, 4 different vendors.
It's not
whatever.
a part of
It's
payroll.
one check.
But it's not a part of
our
payroll. It's not a part of payroll. It's a separate check.
It's a separate.
It's on an off week.
No, she's saying it's.
Keisha might know better
No,
whether
because it sounds to me
she issues a different separate check
it
for
sounds
that.
like to me she said that if public service did a job and New Jersey, the roads did a job, they're not getting 2 separate checks. That's what it sounds like, if it's 2 different vendors. But the question is it's part of payroll?
It's part of payroll.
So it comes in a pay week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Each pay week, there's a long list of officers who have worked outside jobs.
Okay. Councilman Coley?
Council President, me being former city employee and everything, from what I'm hearing, it doesn't really make a lot. I understand what she's saying, but I think this is something that was made up as they went along, but I don't think it's the proper and right thing to do, because if the officer is working for a contractor, then that's a side job rate. But if the officer is working for the city, he's either working on his regular time or is overtime. We can't go back and forth and pick and choose side job rate and overtime rate, because now the city's taking on the responsibility of paying for the traffic control, and that's no longer a side job.
In this case, they are working for United Water, who is a subcontractor of the water utility, which is a separate entity than the budget of the city.
So you pulled the $200 out that is supposed to be used for side jobs, for traffic. Correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
200,000.
200,000 out. This 200,000 is dedicated for side jobs. So if you did it for calendar year 2015, and let's say that whole 200,000 goes into that trust account, what if you get to the end of the year and only 100,000 was spent? What happens to that other 100,000?
I don't move the 200,000 over to the trust account. Number one. When charging the individual vendors for outside outside work, or charging the water operating, it's a journal entry. Instead of charging an account that resides within the trust account for those individuals, I charge the account that resides within the water operating account for those individuals, and the offset is an interfund charge. I don't want to get so much into the bookkeeping side of it, because it's just a bookkeeping function. We'd have to have a whole tutorial on how to do interfunds.
Well, no, we understand what you're saying. But I hear you also saying that you're treating it as vendors, not as a vendor, but it is a vendor. That's the part.
I'm treating it totally as a vendor. I'm treating water operating is a vendor of the city of Orange.
Okay.
That's all I have. But to me, it doesn't make sense to me.
And you're going to send additional documents, Ms. Mobley, regarding the debt service and the history of transferring from East Orange
Specifically,
back
I'm
to Orange?
right. Specifically, I'm going to get a copy of the ordinance that was passed. I want to say in 2003, but it was the ordinance that was used when we got the system back from East Orange,
Okay.
and it speaks to the bonding for that.
Okay. Okay. And we have any more questions? If not, we
Yes.
Should-
I apologize.
okay.
Being that we on the water, I'm hearing rumor that East Orange Water Commission is being considered again by the administration to take over our water.
You have not heard that, Mr. Mobley? You see
No
me
comment.
looking like you just like
No comment?
I take that as I take that as a yes.
No, there was. There was a fleeting thought.
a fleeting.
There was a fleeting thought that that might be something that we would want to have a discussion with them about. I don't believe that that is a discussion that we will have with them. However, I will tell you that one of the things that we will do, that we are looking to do with East Orange, is the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, DEP, is concerned that the city does not have enough redundancy in its water system in the event of an emergency. They're saying that any event that something catastrophic happened or impacted our main water main that brings the water down from the mountain wells to the pumps to the pump station, DEP is saying, what method would you have to ensure that you would still be able to get water to the residents and to business owners? And so years ago, in the old pump station, there was something that was called an emergency interconnection. And the interconnection, the way that it would function is that if you needed emergency water on an emergency basis, you would take that water from the municipality where you had an interconnection. Sometimes it's not just a municipality. You can have an interconnection with another water provider. And so DEP is interested in the city reestablishing its emergency interconnection with East Orange, and that is something that I am currently working on right now with the Director of Public Works for East Orange, who also serves as the Executive Director of the Water Commission.
Okay. And is East Orange our only option for the interconnection?
In this instance, yes. We actually already have an existing interconnection with New Jersey American Water, but it wouldn't be enough of water for us, so we would still need to have another interconnection.
So the only options when you have this discussion is for American Water and or East Orange.
And or East Orange, right.
Okay. And so you will keep the council updated on that conversation?
Correct.
Okay. So before we turn it over to CVAC, are there any other questions?
Let them have it.
Council President. Oh, I apologize. This emergency interconnection, I guess, system, will it be some type of cost to the town?
Yes, there will be some cost. What will happen is you actually will have to build a pit in the street over near the pump station, and that's how we'll actually get some of the water. We'll probably have that RF or radio frequency off the building so that East Orange will be able to come and get the radio frequency to take the meter reading off the building. But yeah, there will be some cost, but they won't be significant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Charles, on behalf of the CVAC.
Alexandra Charles from the CBAC. Question I'm asking, I guess, is Joy, in regards to the $1 million that included a 15%.
Same page that you're on, Ms. Charles.
I'm on page 155.
155, okay.
The $1 million that include the 15% they charged us last year?
No, that $1 million was after we stopped sending the bill to United Water so that then they would pay us
So it used to be much more than that then?
Yes.
Okay. So that is why when you're saying that the traffic control, that's why it's doubled this year. That's what you're saying.
And also because we were only doing it this way for part of the year, not the whole year. So
Oh.
that 102 is only for part of the year.
Okay. Also, what is water and sewage miscellaneous? Because it was zero. You budgeted for 10. You spent zero. Now they're giving you $2,000.
I was on page 154.
154. I'm sorry. Where it says
It's an account number that exists within the structure. There's really no reason to put the $2,000 there. You could put the $2,000 into the infrastructure repair and maintenance, and it would have exactly the same effect.
Okay. Also, I do agree that you do need an accountant clerk because I've been there and I pay directly here and you wait for it. But will she do much more than collecting the money? Because my whole thing is we're saying that they're not paying. So how is she going to retrieve that money? And you're saying that you're paying, United Water to retrieve the money also. What is her function is going to be more than like Councilman Butler said in regards to doubling her salary, which is fine. I understand full time. But my whole thing is this, besides collecting it, how she's going to help United Way. How is she going to help us get more money, get the people to come here? Is she going to send paper out? What is her function besides just collecting the water? Because not everybody come and pay water.
No, that's true. But right now, we have staff who are paid from the budget of the city, which is raised by taxes, already doing that work in that office. So let's have somebody in that office who's being paid by the rents of the water instead of by the taxes of the employees, or of the citizens. And so that's one aspect of it. And yes, there will be other functions that person will be able to help with. Even it would have to be, it would be yet to be determined. It's going to depend an awful lot also on what direction the administration decides to go in terms of our future management of the water utility.
Okay, because I'm saying, when you're saying you're going to collect money, the only thing she could do is send out a paper, and we're already paying United Way to send out a paper and say you're late.
Yeah, no, she won't be sending out bills.
Okay, thank you.
Not at this time.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes, thank you. In going through this budget book in the last couple of days and weeks, I got very, very focused. But listening to this water, it's blowing my mind. It really sounds like they're ripping the city off when I look at all these numbers. And maybe it's because I don't understand it. But on page 155, it says real estate taxes, $40,000. What are we paying real estate tax on water or a building?
No. So, for instance, in West Orange, we have our holding tank.
Mm-hmm.
The way that the system works is that the water comes down from the wells, and it actually is gravity driven. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The water comes down. It's pumped, and it comes down by gravity. It comes into the what we call a clear well tank in the pump station. There's some chemicals put into the water. It's treated, right? And then that water is pumped up into West Orange, into our holding tank. The holding tank is where all of our, what we call our finished water, sits, and that water is then distributed to the users as they need it, right? But that tank is on West Orange property. So we pay property taxes for that.
Okay.
And anywhere else where we have our facilities in other municipalities like Millburn, we're going to be paying property taxes on that facility.
Okay, you answered it. Looking at all these numbers, I have a couple other questions, but looking at all these numbers, just seems like the water companies get a lot of money from the city. Now, one of my major concerns is the citizens received an email about 3 or 4 weeks ago from the administration talking about the sewers, how we want to keep the sewers clean because the sewers affect the quality of our water. My councilman can tell you, Mr. Mays is not here. I've been going around the East Ward at least taking pictures, and these sewers and these gutters are backed up with dirt, leaves, and garbage. So I'm very concerned about us putting out this kind of money and we're not keeping them clean. So I know they don't clean the gutters, but I guess what I'm saying is I think the city needs to step up and keep these gutters clean, because if dirt and debris is going in there and it's going to affect our water system, it's almost like we're throwing a lot of money away. So I think that's something the city should take into consideration of being on top of these gutters a little bit better. I forgot, Ms. Joy, I was very concerned when I heard the statement that the young lady doesn't take her lunch. Now, is that because of the lack of manpower? Is she forced not to take her lunch, or does she decide not to take her lunch because of her workload? Because then we're looking at overtime, as far as I'm concerned, because if you're working through your lunch.
Yeah, I know. You'd have to ask her as to how she does it. I believe she does it because of her workload and because she chooses to do that.
Okay, well, as long as she's choosing it and it's not going into overtime. So in other words, she's not staying 4 and 5:30 because she didn't take her lunch, and you know what I'm saying. I just don't want to see this building up as more fee to the city.
I don't believe in the tax department there is an allotment for overtime.
Okay.
Well, if somebody, but that, just because an allotment is not there, that doesn't mean that it's
yeah,
not.
I know.
Yeah, but it's I mean, it's small, but it's big at the same time, because if one does it, the other does it, and hey, there's another way I can make another $50 for the week. Again, in listening to all that we're saying, and the $1 million and the $20,000 for the water company to be supposedly collecting, I don't understand why there should be anybody in default. So I'm glad to know that the city's looking in a new collection process, because for the $1 million that seems to be flowing on my piece of paper, they need to step up to the plate. They've got to knock on the door and get this money, because it just seems like a lot of money going to the water company. Being that the city has purchased, it will be in the process of purchasing the Y. Will the Y, before we go in there, be obligated to pay all their back water bills, or will that end up falling on the city? Taxpayers, I should say.
Mr. Mobley?
I think the city is going to have to look at that, and that goes to your question, Mr. Councilman Johnson, as well. The city is going to have to look at how it's going to address that, and it is going to have to address it. I don't believe that they've made that determination yet, simply because we've just made the determination to go forward.
Right.
But that is something that they're going to take a look at. But I do want to take a few minutes, if it's okay, to respond to a couple of the things that you had to say.
So well, let me just, are you finished saying what you had to say?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay, so a couple of things. The first is you spoke about the
gutters,
catch basin, or gutters, but we call them catch basins.
Okay.
So when you're talking about a catch basin and the water that's going in there, that's our storm water.
Okay.
Right? So that is a separate system. It's a separate infrastructure than our potable water, our drinking water. So,
I hope so.
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with either one of those. So that is just strictly the storm water that's dealing with that. But I say that because I think that it sounded like you might have been concerned about the, as you termed it, dirty gutters and our water, but the two are separate.
Okay, so I'm going to go back and read his email again, because when I read the email is when I started going out taking the pictures.
Okay.
Because the corner of Park and Elm, Public Service did work, and they did the asphalt around that metal plate, and all that asphalt and everything went into the catch basin, and then the debris and the garbage. So yes, I do have concern. I mean, I don't drink orange water, but I shower in it.
Sure,
you know,
sure.
so okay. So I'll go read. I'll read the notice from the administration, because I thought that's the way I read it.
Okay, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
The other thing that I wanted to.
Ms. Mo, are you familiar with the email Ms. Jackson is referring to?
I am not.
Okay.
But I'm familiar with the water system.
No, I want to know because something went out about water, and you should know what went out about water since you're the water person.
I did not see the email.
Okay.
I will forward it to you.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention, you indicated that United Water gets a lot of money, and I guess you were saying that based on the numbers you're looking at here. I know for most of us, we turn on the faucet, the water comes out, and we use it. However, and maybe that's one of the things that we need to do, is to provide for folks an understanding of actually how that water gets to you, and all of the things that has to happen in order for it to get to you. And so what I'll do is I'll put together a document that speaks to the types of things that the water company does for us to ensure that we get our water, so that people have a better understanding or an overview of what it is they're paying for. Would that be helpful?
I would like to thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'll make sure that happens.
Okay. And in closing, again, I'd like to thank the city council, because we've been meeting, as I said, and taking notes and all, but y'all asked a lot of great questions, and you took a lot of questions off us. Some of the same things we were concerned about. It's very good to know that you're concerned about it, so I'd like to thank you until I come back tomorrow.
Come on, Michelle.
Page 155, I'm sorry, Alexandra Charles. Where it says professional services, you budgeted for 25 and you used 21, and now they doubled the amount for you. 155, where it says professional services engineer, are we anticipating something that we're going to be? 155.
No, the amount, did you say 25 or 45?
No, yeah, he budgeted 25, he only used 21, but now he's asking for 45 and they just gave it to him. So I just wanted to know, are we anticipating something that we need to, and what does it mean by professional services? Are we going to do something different?
So professional services, that means engineers, well, it could mean other things, but primarily it might mean engineering services, and in fact it says engineering services. So there are some projects that we'll be doing over the year, and we may have some increased usage of engineers. We're working with them right now on a couple of different projects, and we just want to make sure that, in fact, if we need to have additional funding for additional projects, that we have it. Okay.
You know, you made me stay, and I didn't ask the question I was
Uh-oh.
Standard and poor rating services, reference Orange Township Water Service Utility Refunding Bond Series. We got something like this, so I'm going through it. Yeah. But it says our rating went from A to A minus. And it said something about financial. So is that going to affect the city budget?
So is that your question? Which page is that?
No, it's not a page. It was a separate. The committee got a separate booklet about this much, and it was saying how our rating went down, and it's from the water company, water sewage.
I don't think it was exclusively from the water. I don't recall exactly the details of that. I would like to have the opportunity to research that to answer your question more properly.
Okay. Well, I'll bring my copy with me tomorrow.
Thank you.
Memos are forward. Mr. Mobley.
Yes,
one
ma'am.
of the things that we have asked about, and I know you said with this council in terms of taxes being, people being able to pay automated, and we stopped at the point we didn't like the fees and the percentages. Where are we at in terms of, have you looked into our residents being able to pay their water bills online?
That is something that the administration is still looking into. We haven't finalized anything yet, but I understand through Deputy Business Administrator that is something that's coming.
Council President, I just have one last, I guess, comment and request. Ms. Mobley, I thank you for your explanation of our complete water system. I knew of it, but but some of these pieces, you kind of, connected all the dots, and that led me to what you had already suggested you would do, put something together. But I want to take it a step further. I don't know if it would be too much to ask to put together some type of illustration as to how our water system is set up, where our wells is here.
Yep.
It comes here, and all this thing. just so we can get like a bird's eye view. So if and when we do have these discussions again, it could be a little bit more easier for me to understand, and I'm sure it will be a little easier for other people to understand as well. When we have visuals, it makes things, for at least for me, it makes things a little easier to comprehend and
3D,
understand.
so you're gonna have like the reservoir.
Well, if that's what he wants to bring, I'll take it.
We'll put you all in one of those vans and drive you around and show you some stuff.
Well, you know, one of the things that's interesting, and I think that you probably can't get a great illustration. Look at, Newark. That water comes up from Morris County, up in Parsippany, up in that area, and how it comes all the way down. And that's what I would like you to do, interconnection. Newark has some great water. Our water is just like, woo, challenge.
I'm a visual person too, so that was actually part of my thinking, that to have some type of a diagram to help people see exactly how that happens.
Okay.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
Everybody's got these
Passionate about
marvelous
water.
questions.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mobley, I've been in phone tag with United Water. We're getting this device put on my meter so they can come past my house and read my water bill. For years, I always got an estimated bill, only to find out that this device was available for people, I say, that had single-family homes. That your bill doesn't consistently come to you as an estimate. That they come out and install it. And then somebody can actually read your meter from the outside. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, that's radio frequency. So they actually drive around, and when you have the radio frequency apparatus, that's how they're able to get the reading without having to get out. You remember years ago, PSE&G had all these guys running around and running on your property, reading your meter. They don't do that anymore. They have all these radio frequencies.
Does.
Is that black box
Meter
that they
readers.
put on your house? Is that little black box looks like a cat?
Yeah.
Mice?
Yep.
It's on.
Yes.
They're short-staffed because I've been playing phone tag to try to coordinate somebody to come. I mean, it's not like they made me aware that this service was available. Now I'm just trying to get them to come out and do it.
Mr. Mobley, can you see if, because we haven't had United Water for matters of discussion, can you see if they're available for Tuesday? For matters of discussion?
Mm-hmm.
And can you let,
To address what specifically?
they haven't come before this council this year to discuss matters, just to updates. They can bring the pretty flyers that they do for the city of Orange and just address our citizens.
Okay.
And if and just anything that highlights, and that right there seems to be a great, what they're able to do in terms of the,
I mean,
the meters.
literally for years I paid.
And if you could let Ms. Homer know tomorrow so we can put it on the agenda.
One last question.
He's like a Baptist. Oh, you are, because a Baptist.
I
He's like a
apologize.
Baptist
No, you
trustee.
remind me of Columbo. Columbo used to, one last question.
I apologize. A few years back, when I got one of my bills, there was some type of statement in there, I believe it came from United Water, that you could pay or you can get some type of homeowner insurance plan in case you have some type of water break from the curb back. I don't know if that's still available.
Yeah, but it's not available through United Water. It's available through other companies that can provide that service, and it's really like an insurance policy, so that if in fact something were to happen between the curb and the
Gap insurance or something.
well, it's an insurance.
Yeah,
We
gap
did.
insurance.
We had somebody that came. I sat with them. They came and they wanted the city to send it out.
Mm-hmm.
But we were like, why would we do that on your behalf when there are plenty of other companies that do that? And we didn't want to take the position that we were just going to be doing.
So
that for
what
one
you can
company.
ask the United Water persons to know why they don't do it internally, that people can look, or they should have a sheet that said please contact for gap insurances or something like that. Can you ask them if you can bring some information?
Sure, we can ask them if they have anything.
Since it seems as common, that. Okay. Any other more last questions?
Yes. I'm just listening.
You're gonna need security.
Councilwoman Summers Johnson is there. Well, thank you.
All right, before we go, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So one, we want to have United Water come for matters of discussion for the next meeting. We want them to,
Can I make a suggestion?
Councilwoman Butler?
Yeah, can we have United Water come after we pass the budget?
The budget's not going on the 21st.
I know, but I just kind of feel like we should probably do that after.
Well, why? I'm not understanding.
Well, one, because it extends our council meetings.
No, matters of discussion, they're just coming to talk about.
No, I know. But it extends the time that we are already here and we're in the budget season where we're meeting extensively already. So I just think that it would be more beneficial or a better use of our time to occur after we actually pass the budget. And get
Well,
through
when they
all
come
of
for
the-
matters of discussion, they're really only allowed to talk 10 minutes, so.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem to always happen.
Can we take a vote on that?
Yeah, I would prefer them to come on Tuesdays. Could we just see if you could, because they bring their brochures, and it's really, it's a tight, you know, they say just informative.
well, the brochure that I think you may be speaking of is the one that they had put out a couple of months
Right.
ago. So that, I mean,
They might not have to have, but that is very helpful in terms of.
we could talk about the radio frequency. We could talk
That's all
about.
they need to talk to me, but when they come past my house to hook my meter.
We have Saturday, Thursday, Saturday,
Now,
Monday.
Councilman Johnson, I'm actually going to follow up and call you and call them and find out what the problem is and see if I can coordinate that and make that happen. So you're not going to have to wait until Tuesday to get it some
It'll be there when
resolution.
you get home tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, it's just, yeah.
And that'll be, because the account clerk will probably, that's one thing she'll do is a liaison between the contract. So if there's nothing
You're
else,
special, man.
is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
By Councilman Summers Johnson, second by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Good job, crew.